in front of thousands of potential customers. Talk about a win-win. Advertising packages start on this streaming station for less than $10 a game. Call 405-726-0835 or email adam@squirtle.com right now for more information.
Storm season is coming, people, and your first choice for roofing needs should be Rhino Roofing. Locally owned and operated, the Rhino specializes in all types of repair and replacement. Large scale, traditional, modern, unique roof lines, they can do it all. Protect your home and your family with the specialized services of Rhino Roofing. Visit our Facebook page today and make an appointment. Rhino Roofing is all the hype for any roof type.
I'm Todd Miller, and this is Grain and Grange, the coolest furniture store you've never heard of. Come see us.
All right, we are live here from the Kingfisher County Pig Show here. Probably going to get started in the next about 5 or 6 minutes. Before we get started, though, we wanted to give you a couple bits of information on the show today. The judge is Mr. Galen McCune. He lives in Moreland, Oklahoma. He was the former ag teacher at Buffalo, Woodward, and Merritt. He now works for Bank of Western Oklahoma as a compliance officer, and he's judged major shows all over the United States. The live stream today is brought to you free of charge by Legacy Insurance, Financial Services, and Cashin. Chris Gibson and Chris Cochran are always there for your insurance needs and financial planning. Hunter, as we get looking around here, I think we got a lot of pigs coming up.
You know, I think we got quite a bit of bears for sure, and
about 4 pages of gilts.
Yeah, and you know, like I said, we walked around the barn a little bit earlier, and I think we got a full barn over here.
Pretty full, pretty full. I don't think I saw an empty pen when we were walking around that one side there. I'm not sure what's going on in the barn behind us. Correction on that judge name. I apologize, Mr. Galen McCune. Like I said, from Moreland, Oklahoma, studied animal science and was ag teacher at, I believe I said, Buffalo, Woodward, and Merritt. So we're always glad to have people that have done this before come out. And like I said, he works now as a compliance officer at the Bank of Western Oklahoma. We'll probably get kicked off here in about the next 5 or 6 minutes. And the first class, what do we got on the first class there, Hunter?
We got Hereford Bears, I believe.
Is there only one class of those?
Yes. We've got McKenna Chickering out of Cashin and Tyler Marinelli out of Okarche.
There we go. This is probably the first or second year that they've had Hereford pigs here. I usually don't see those here at County. You usually don't start seeing those till you get into the later shows. But
yeah, man, I think they're kind of making a little comeback. They're getting kind of popular, especially in Oklahoma, I think. But like I said, I think we had 2 at Achievement Day.
Yeah,
I may be wrong, but I'm pretty sure we had 2. I'm not a huge fan personally, but that's just my opinion on it.
Got a Cashin person in just about every class right there. In the Herefords, we have McKenna Chickering. Next up in the Yorks class, we have Bella Butler. And then in the Poland class, Nathaniel Bronaugh again in the Burks. In the Burke second class, it's only Cashin people, Maggie Carroll and Jay Sevens. And then we skip a couple classes and go down to the spots, and we have Bella Ball in the spot class. Back down into the Hamp class, we've got Ryan Ball. And then as we continue on in there, skip a class or 2, and then we have Ryan Ball and Hannah Hamill with Durox in the later part of the show. Again, back down to the next class after that of Durox is Kathleen Hamill and Jackson Bailey Casey. skip a class, and then we're back down into the crosses, which will be the longest part of the show. Maggie Carroll's in that first class of crosses, and then the second class has Kendra Bryant in it. And into that third class of crosses, we have McKenna Chickering, and then back down to the last class of crosses, we have just about three people in there. Maggie Carroll, Kathleen Hamill, and Jay Seven. So we've got a cashing person in just about every class of Barris today, as well as it's pretty much the same story on the Gilt show.
Yeah, I believe we've got the whole southwest corner of the barn taken up by cash, and so I believe we have like 40 hogs over here.
Yeah, I can imagine what this place looked like at about 7 o'clock this morning when they were bringing all those pigs in all at once from everywhere.
Oh, I was talking to the Bronaws over in the corner of the barn over there, and they were saying that Nathaniel was firing his truck up at like 5 this morning. So that one day in and out that's a challenge.
We're going to cut to some views from the ring here. We're going to have 2 cameras running on the ring today. We'll try and follow the cashing people around as they get into the ring, as well as the pigs as they enter and go from the ring, zooming in on them. As well as when they pin these pigs, as for the placings goes, we'll probably try and zoom in on the pins next to us when they start placing the tops and bottom of the classes. So we've got a pretty packed full day of pig showing here. Big shout out to Chris Gibson for coming up here early today, even though he didn't have to with his own pigs and everything else, and he came up and helped us set up and helped get everything on the ball rolling. So we greatly appreciate him coming to set all that kind of stuff up. It really makes things easier, and we're always glad to broadcast this from the show so that the grandparents and the people that just couldn't make it for whatever reason still get to see the people they want to show, and it just makes it a little easier for people to stay involved and be involved in everything that's going on here today.
All right, sorry about that. I was having a little problem with my microphone, but we got it fired back up, I think. And yeah, I'm looking forward to this show a lot. I've been looking forward to this since the sheep show a couple weeks ago. Me and you are definitely hog people. So. Oh. Okay, there we go. Sorry about that. Still trying to work through this microphone, but anyway. Like I said, we've been looking forward to this for a long time, and this is kind of the show I think that a lot of the exhibitors look forward to kind of all year. These are the kids that you play football against, you play baseball against, you play other sports against a lot of these kids, and you come over here and show hogs against them. You know a lot of them, so there's a little more stronger competition there, a little more competitiveness between the kids. So like I said, I'm excited to see what everybody's bringing to the table today to show. Definitely some good-looking hogs in the barn today. I've seen 7 or 8 that I'd be more than happy to take home with me. But anyway, we'll get fired up here in just a few minutes and introduce the judge once he gets out here, and hopefully we'll have a good, clean, smooth show.
I'll tell you, one of the things I'm pretty excited about is to see the difference and the improvements made from the pigs that we talked about and got to see on the screen 2 or 3 weeks ago at Achievement Day, just see what's happened with them, being on feed and changes the things up and growing more in the last just 3 weeks, which doesn't sound like a long time, but that's enough time to make some changes if they needed to be made, and for a lot of people to keep doing what they were doing and let their hogs just mature and grow a little bit. So it should be exciting to see some of the pigs that were really good at Achievement Day, see how they've either stayed on course or gotten better or whatever else happened. So it's gonna be interesting to see the cashing people you've already seen once get on here and get out here and show with pigs that might look a little different than when we saw them 3 weeks ago.
Oh yeah, and like I said, as we were walking around this morning, I was kind of paying attention to some of those heavier weight bearers from the Achievement Day show, and you can kind of tell that I think a couple of them had to hold a little bit just to be able to make weight here, so they didn't go over. I'm willing to bet that'll probably hurt them a little bit, but nonetheless, I think we've got a pretty solid barn full of hogs at cashing, so I'm excited to see how they come out.
Absolutely. Real excited to see how they stack up. I mean, there's a lot of people here from even the surrounding areas that have a lot of good pigs and have a history of having a lot of good pigs. I know the Glaziers that are here every year from Lomega, they always come to this show ready to compete, and they always have a lot of really solid hogs on feed. The Okarche people also always have a pretty competitive FFA program, and Kingfisher in the last couple of years has really stepped up, and just they've gotten a lot better as far as their pig showing has gone. So it's just going to be kind of exciting.
Yeah, I will say, I'll tell you, I've always had a kind of a personal kind of a competition. You know, I was always getting beat out by Glaziers. So obviously it's great for them, but whenever I come to show, that's kind of who I was wanting to beat.
Exactly.
Because they've always had good hogs, great hogs.
Old Dale Glazier over there in Lomega, he's been at the game a long time. He's got several kids that have he has 2 or 3 kids that are my age, one older than I am, and a couple of them that are younger than I am. So he's been at it for a long time, and he obviously knows what he's doing because they always do very well here at the county show, and so do a lot of other people. But like we said, that Lomega Ag chapter has always been extremely competitive in especially the hog world. And I think yesterday when we were doing the fitting contest at the end of the cattle show, they started Lomega fitting team ended up winning that deal too.
Right, and I just got told to go ahead and let everybody know if you would like, anybody who'd be interested in going back and watching the cattle or the sheep show can go back onto let me see, CashingWildcats.tv, and those are archived on there. You can watch any of those shows, or you can even go back and watch the Achievement Day show, along with I'm not sure exactly which basketball games are on there, but there's a few of the most recent basketball games that are on there too. So anybody wants to go over and check those out, feel free to, and we'll be getting started here pretty quick.
Testing. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, here we go. We're going to start to get everybody's attention. We're going to start the bear show here in about 5 minutes. If you had a Hereford bear, a Yorkshire bear, and a Poland bear, those are the first 3 breeds to show. It's not going to take long, so you need to be up here to make this show run in order today. All you guys in the back need to be on point. We're not going to be waiting around on a whole bunch of people to get up in the ring. So there's Hereford, Spots, Hereford, Yorks, and Polands need to be headed this way, out there in the makeup arena.
Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree is dedicated to championing our clients through complicated and challenging litigations. We pride ourselves on a proven track record of success brought forth by fierce litigation skills. The lawyers and staff of our firm are dedicated to effective and personalized representation for every client who entrusts our service. Uncompromising integrity, unparalleled results. Call Wiggins, Sewell, and Ogletree, 405-232-1211. Gateway Realty is a mother-daughter team that has a heart for small-town life. Both Anita and Kelly were born and raised in Cashin and are still raising their families here. Their family homesteaded in Cashin in 1908, and it's been home ever since. Anita and Kelly know this town, love this town, and would love to help make this your home too. For a friendly face and trustworthy knowledge, call these hometown girls at 405-641-7388. Go Wildcats!
Cashin FBC is a church seeking to grow in Christ and our love for the body of Christ. With ministries from children to youth to adults, we strive to present the gospel in an engaging and meaningful way. Sunday school meets at 9:45 a.m. and worship starts at 11 a.m. Children and youth meet on Wednesdays at 6 p.m. Please check our website at cashinfbc.org for more information, and we hope to see you this Sunday, located a half-mile east of Cashin.
Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape is not your ordinary pool builder. From traditional to exotic and anything in between, our staff offers paramount quality and service through the entire design and build process. We provide service to the entire OKC metro and surrounding towns. So relax, knowing our team is wholeheartedly committed to building a trusting and lasting relationship with you. Visit us on Facebook or give us a call today at 405-285-9729. Absolute Pools, Lawns, and Landscape.
Alrighty, we got the first class of Herefords coming up here, Hereford Barrows, I believe.
On your screen right there, what you're looking at is the holding pin. So as a class is in the ring, the class that comes after that, the contestants are gonna go ahead and bring their pigs up to this holding ring, and that's just so that they're up here ready for the show ring when they need to be in here. How this will work is the judge, one by one, will signal the gate handler to let one pig in. He's going to get one really good look at this pig as it walks across the arena, and he's going to turn his attention back to the opening gate here, where they're going to walk the rest of the animals out.
Yeah, and that's kind of what we talked about last week, or not last week, excuse me, at Achievement Day. You know, this is where I like to come out, and this is kind of where you see the showmanship side of it in the ring. You know, you want to see the kid come out of the gate and get the hog's head up in the air and get him moving, and get him looking good for the judge, and that's something I'd pay attention to as far as showmanship goes. But you know, in my opinion, getting that hog's head up out of the gate is probably one of the more important parts of the class. But
yeah, absolutely. We kind of hit on that at Achievement Day. That first impression that you're going to make walking out of that ring, as far as how smooth your pig goes and how sound the pig is walking out of the gate, that's really going to stick in the judge's mind as he sees the other ones coming in. I think we're about to get started here in just a second. And throughout the day, as we keep the camera on the show ring and in the holding pen, you're going to see the contestants giving cards to the gate handlers and even the judge. And that on those cards that they're handing, that is just the pig's weight and all the information they need to get into the ring, and that's just going to verify should that pig place pretty high in the class or get first even. The judge is going to take that paper, and then they're going to take that pig to the weigh scale in the corner of the ring there, and they're just going to verify all the information on that pig and get ready.
all righty, and we're off here at the first class of Barrows at the Kingfisher County Livestock Show.
This is Tyler Marinelli coming out of Okarche right here with his Hereford Barrow. As soon as he's followed up right here, this is going to be McKenna Chickering coming out from Cashin as she walks out of the gate here. Only two in this breed, so they're both going to be in the same class. So the winner of this class is ultimately also going to be the breed champion, which we'll see again at the Grand Drive at the end of the Barrow Show here.
Right, and I'll tell you right off the bat, coming out, you know, there's a reason a lot of people don't show Herefords because they're just not that popular, and that's why we have two entries a day. Like we talked about earlier, they are making a little bit of a comeback.
As you can see there on the screen, they're taking McKenna Chickering's pig into the weight scale right there, just to verify everything that's on her card and make sure she's in the proper weight class. Which, only being two Herefords, it's really not going to make a difference because they're in the same class anyway. I imagine they'll probably take the young man here to screen left through the scales also as soon as McKenna gets done.
You know, and I'm watching McKenna as she comes out of the scales there. Oh, excuse me, the judge about to go ahead. We're going to go ahead and cut to the judge.
And I know it'll be a good day, so we start off with a good class of Hereford Bears here to lead off. And a young lady leads the class off, just a really fresh, well-grown, stout-featured Hereford Bear here that comes with extra dimension to his rib and center. He's a bear that's got excellent kind of shape when you get up high, just really fresh. And his presentation, taking to the ground, he's sound, functional, loose structure, just really, really high-quality bear there to lead off with. The bear here is two, just a little greener in his makeup, maybe not quite as fresh as you're reading right out of his blade, but the skeleton reads pretty identical in terms of just flexibility, comes to the corner as well. And certainly a bear that you appreciate the shape that he's got in his hip and stifle, like to freshen his top shape up just a bit behind his blade, but another one that combines a lot of good for this particular breed. Congratulations to these two young people.
That was going to be McKenna Chickering, winning the Hereford breed and the first class Herefords. We're going to go ahead and roll right on into the Yorks here. Coming in the ring now is Bella Butler of Cashin. She's got a pretty good looking old York here.
This was a York at Achievement Day a couple weeks ago that really surprised Hunter and I as it began to show there at Achievement Day. It looked really good coming out, shown against all the other pigs at Cashin that they had. She's going to be showing up against Riley Glazier also of Lomega.
You know, I'm watching Bella drive this hog. I think this hog looks really good, and I think I might have said this back at Achievement Day. This hog looks really good until it starts to kind of get a little faster. And then I'm going to kind of quiet up here a little bit as the judge kind of comes out of the ring.
And like you said, as it
But
starts
if
to
he speeds
get
up a little bit, that back end might be a little choppy, but you know, she's doing a good job keeping him nice and slow so far. So anyway,
well, the angle that you can get on Bella's pig coming across the stream right here, when she walks her pig like that and really drives like that, it really makes that hog stand out quite a bit. Both her and Riley Glazier from Lomega are doing an excellent job of driving their pigs across the ring, getting them in front of the judge. So just like the last class, with there only being 2 Yorks here, the winner is going to be the breed champion, and the second place contestant is going to be the reserve breed champion. So the breed champion of this class, we're obviously going to see again in the grand drive at the finale of the Barra show here.
You know, I will say this is kind of tight for me. I think I like the looks of that hog that Bella Butler's driving there. Seems to be a little bit more flatter up in the top and a little more level up top.
Absolutely. When Bella keeps,
I think he's got a little more motion there in the legs and down in the foot. But like I said, that's my opinion, and I may be wrong.
When Bella keeps the head up on that hog and drives it across the ring, there, he's real flat across the back there. Judge getting a good look at the back ends of Bella's York right there.
Oh yeah, both of these hogs are pretty. They got some pretty good bone on them too. You know, like I said, this is a pretty tight class here.
I'm glad you mentioned the bone. What Riley Glazier's pigs may be lacking in terms of muscle and flatness across the back right there. I think her pig certainly makes up for it in bone. If you can get any kind of view on that pig's legs there as he walks across the ring, I mean, he's just a well-built, just structurally sound, pretty good hog right there, and just super thick all the way down through all of his legs there. Especially coming right at you, he just looks like a hoss coming at you with the shoulders bowed like that. They just ran Bella Butler's hog through the weight scales right there, verifying everything on that. I imagine they'll take Miss Glazier's pig through there as well before the judge makes his decision.
Yep, there we go. That judge is going to pick Bella Butler to win
Really
that
nice
class.
pair of Yorkshire bears, and to be quite honest, just these are around the state here. Certainly haven't seen them all, but in relation to the district show the other day in Woodward, I think this pair of pigs will really be competitive, and certainly as we project them down the road to OIE, I think both are highly competitive within this particular breed. I chose to use the young lady there in Yellow's bear. I think the bear that reads maybe just a little fresher and bolder in his upper skeleton. Both of them are really good in terms of structural integrity. That one maybe gets to the corners just a little better there behind in terms of his foot and hock placement. He's a bear that just reads genuine in terms of shape up high, not overdone, and yet one that maybe reads just a nickel boulder in the center of his shoulder, nickel boulder in the center part of his rib cage. I think it's pretty much a wash in terms of structure. The bear here too probably reads a little bigger at the ground in terms of foot and toe size, give him that advantage, and maybe give him the advantage just in terms of feature, and yet maybe one that reads just a nickel flat in terms of body shape. I think with a little more condition, tend to look a little rounder in his rib shape. I'd like to just open him up a nickel right there in the center of his rib, maybe set him just a little wider at the ground there behind, but that's a good bear as well. Congratulations to those two young people.
And like the judge was saying right there, as he was congratulating Bella and Riley on their pigs there, what Riley really, or not Riley, yeah, what Riley's pig really kind of lacked in was that flatness and that structure across her back, like we had said. But he did touch on how we said that that hog made up for what it lacked on flatness and structure at the top, and its thickness and in its bones and its legs there coming into the ring.
We're gonna kind of roll right into the Polands here. First Poland I didn't really get a good look at. He kind of cut back to the other side of the ring. That second Poland, you know, he's a little lighter weight Poland, but I say that it's kind of early still, but that's I like that Poland a lot there. He's, you know, a little frail footed for me, but compared to what's in the ring, I think he's holding all right.
Yeah, we got Nathaniel Bronoff cashing in this class.
Oh, I didn't even notice Nathaniel coming in the ring there. That's a pretty solid Poland he's driving.
The young man going to the weight scale right now, I really like the look of his hog. Kind of in the way that he walks, he doesn't necessarily sway either way on that, and he was pretty flat across the back there. But I mean, Nathaniel's Poland here, we saw at Achievement Day, and it did really well.
You know, that hog, he's got it kind of all around. You know, he's level up top. I'd like to put a little more motion in his hip, but I'm not going to complain about that hog a whole lot. I like that hog a lot. If it's going to be me, I'm going to probably put man.
It always makes it a little tougher when there's only 3 to pick from.
Really nice way to start this particular class. The bear in the center of the ring, just a real complete, genuine built kind of a bear in terms of structure. I think comes and goes square to the corners. He's got enough feature to him in relation to the class here. I think he simply overpowers just in terms of freshness and body shape. As you read him up high, it's a bear that's got a little more correct kind of hip, rear leg, and rear pastern set. I think a very, very competitive kind of lightweight Poland bear there. 2, we go with the louder colored pig on the fence. He's probably the stouter featured one of the group. He reads just a little bit with the ground in terms of foot size. A little more modern in his makeup, maybe a little lower set in his head, and yet level and loose in his skeleton. Got plenty of shape and dimension. I think he just comes a little wider and square out of his hip and hock. The bear that follows here in 3, maybe just a nickel fresher up high. Appreciate that about him. One that combines length of body with levelness of skeleton. Just like to make him stouter in terms of his bone and footwork. But another good bear. Congratulations to our Poland exhibitors.
Judge went ahead and went with that first pig that walked in the ring, or that one. If you kind of looked at that one, you could tell as he walked into the ring, he was more flat across his back, more even keeled there, but certainly not a horrible class of bears at all. And again, this being the bear show, these are market bear hogs. The goal for these pigs at the end of their life is to go into the food chain and back into the meat production industry. So a lot of what the things the judge is going to look for is soundness as far as smoothness in the way that they walk, smoothness in the way that they handle themselves across the ring, not tight in their muscles, hinting at kind of a tighter carcass weight there. You really kind of want an animal that's not blown out in certain areas, more so than the other ones. You kind of want one that's all across the board pretty even for when they come back in. And Nathaniel's back in with his Burke. Only 2 Burks in this class. Really like the way that Nathaniel keeps that hog's head up as it was walking into the ring right there, and continues to do so as he's getting his card for the for the ring help here.
Yeah, I'm looking at these 2 hogs, and both of them are solid Burks. Don't get me wrong. Nathaniel's trying to driving a pretty kind of I think the lighter weight hog by a few pounds. But another thing too that we didn't touch on is these scales. If your hog weighs out of your class, you're out of that. You're DQ'd from that class. So that's another reason they kind of weigh. And I believe they're kind of just randomly weighing, maybe even weighing the winners of the classes. I'm not really sure, but anyway, we'll cut to the judge here and see what he has to say.
The young man there in the center, the smaller frame of the bears, and yet one that probably reads just a little more feature in terms of just, you read him up through his skull and forearm and blade. He's certainly rounder in his rib shape. It's square down into his chest. He's a bear that very, very adequate in terms of shape up high. He may need to square up just a little behind his blade there, just in terms of ideal. I'd elevate him just a nickel up front as well, but a bear that I think just in terms of his maturities come with more mass and dimension. The bear too is more extended. He's a later maturing kind of a bear that certainly can be taken to a heavier weight. That bear breeds a little flat in his forerib shape, his chest shape. Just need to open him up in regard to a class winner and get one that's still fresh, well grown, good looking. Just needs more tuning to go.
So if you look to screen right here for just a second, they're going to go ahead and pin the young man that got first in that class so that they can keep him here for the breed drive, which is coming up. The reason they went ahead and also pinned Nathaniel there is because if they choose the young man who got first in that class as your breed champion, the second place of that class gets to come in and compete for reserve breed. And right here we have Maggie Carroll from Cashin and Jace Evans from Cashin. This was one of the pig that Jace had at Achievement Day that I thought was pretty impressive looking when it first came out.
Good pair of Berkshire Bears here in our heavier weight division. A pair of really well-built stout ones. The one we lead off with, I think, just puts together a little more structural integrity. He's one that really bold about his blade and shoulder, bold out of the backside of his blade with tons of shape and dimension. Squares into a really good hip. Lots of dimension there as well. Maybe starting to get just a little bit mature and cresty about his neck, but I think that bear still brings together a lot of quality to win the class. The young lady's pig's equally as fresh, just in terms of his body shape and total dimension. He's a bear that maybe gets a little rounder in his shoulder, wants to push a little bit off both ends, and just doesn't drive in. A real secure kind of back leg. Excuse me, and yet one that you do appreciate for his overall body width and just total mass and dimension that he's got as well. Go ahead.
So what they're going to do now, they're going to go ahead and start the breed drive here for the Berkshires, which means all of the guys that were in that first class and the second class are going to bring their pigs out again, and he's going to go ahead and bring the first two first-place pigs out of the two classes to pick your breed champion, and then whichever person he picks, the second place in whatever class he picked, is going to come back out and compete for reserve breed. Get a little bit of a different angle here. You see both those pigs working that backside of the ring. They're kind of trying to come at the judge with that side profile, as they're just trying to get the best view of him as he walks across. As he mentioned earlier, he mentioned Jace's pig was a little more mature in his neck area. What he means is that pig's just looking a little older there, and it's his shoulders are getting a little more blown out, and same thing on that jowl there. But the side angle that they're getting is really good here.
And, certainly stout featured. One's the lightweight here is one that gives you a really good profile in terms of just look and feature. He's a little more unique in the way he's made out of his blade. It kind of seems to a little tighter kind of throat and neck with a real good jawline, real defined in terms of just his head shape. Appreciate that about him. I like his loose skeleton he's got, and just in terms of his spine and the way he sets in. Bear that, I'd change him at the ground, to be quite honest. He wants to roll a little on the outside hoof wall on both ends of his skeleton. I'd make him just a little bolder back compared to the heavier weight bear, and I think that's what tightens up a decision here. This bear reads really, really fresh and stout and bold. He's as square as you can make one. With that comes a little bit more crest to his neck. He's not quite as unique in his makeup front, and I guess when you study him structurally, with the extra composition, the extra shape that he's got, it becomes just a nickel bigger in kind as well. bear that, I'd change him a little in his hock and make him drive in and push with just a little more authority out behind there. But I think he's acceptable. He's certainly the most acceptable for me in terms of his shape today. I'm going to use the heavyweight 3 champion. We'll follow him for lightweight reserve.
Went ahead and went with Nathaniel Bronos. Yeah, went ahead and went with Nathaniel Bronos for breed champion there, and they're going to go ahead and. Did he select a reserve already?
Your champion shown by Evans, reserve champion. Okay. James Purdue from Kingfisher, reserve champion. Those will be 1 and 2 in the sale order lineup, and 3 and 4 would be Maggie Carroll 3 and Nathaniel Bronoff 4. This is a lineup. They're not all in the sale.
So the judge went ahead and picked the 2 pigs from Class 1 there for his reserve and breed champion for that Burke. We're going to move on into the first class of spots. We have James Jones from Hennessy and Chloe Golbeck from Kingfisher.
I'll come in immediately right now and say that first hog that came in, I'd like to see a little more motion out of his back end immediately. That hog, he just looks kind of loose all around. He's a little choppy in his step. I'd like to see just a lot more range of motion in that hog. That second hog that came in, I think it's kind of comes down to maybe who can drive their hog the best here.
What a lot of people don't realize is these pigs with the floppy ears that hang over their eyes, you're going to see that these particular breeds of pigs are going to walk a lot more of the times with their noses at the ground, their backs arched a little bit, and that's a lot of the reason is because their range of vision isn't as great as those hogs with the more erect ears. So a lot of people are going to have a lot of trouble with these more floppy eared hogs as they walk across the ring because they're going to try and arch their back, they're going to try and look down the whole time so that they can get a little better vision as to where they're going. So a lot of times it can be a little hard for these individuals to keep these hogs heads up to get the best view of the judge. And so like you said, Hunter, it could come down to which pig or which showman can keep their pig's head up a little bit more as well as keep them calm. As that one pig in the north side of the ring there gets to a little more of a trot, it's hard to get a good view on what the judge is probably going to want there.
The more I kind of look at these hogs, it's kind of hard, because we're one lax, the other one makes up for it, and where the other one lacks, the other one makes up for it. So.
Would like to watch the show. Cashin has hooked us up with being able to live stream our show. If they will log on to cashinwildcast.tv, they can see the show live.
Lightweight spotted really don't the young man's pig there, one that I think just excels in terms of stoutness of feature. He's a little more robust in his center body cavity, and probably comes with a little more shape out of the backside of his blade. I like the way he sets out of his shoulder, blade, and knee there, just in terms of comfort. In comparison, I'm making a little taller show there, and even set his neck a little higher out of his blade in terms of head carries, but I think he's functional enough in his build, and still yet got a little more shape and composition as he comes and goes. The more extended bear comes here too. I like him just in terms of his bone work and his stoutness. With that, he keeps his blade set back, his knee set down with a little more cushion in terms of comfort, and I just like to open him up and make him a little rounder and bolder in his center line.
I agree with what the judge just said there. He was talking about how that first place had just a little more in the shoulder, and where that second place hog was kind of lacking up in the shoulder a little bit. But otherwise, I like that first place hog a lot, and I kind of agree with the judge there.
One of the first things I noticed about that first hog that walked into the ring of the spot class is just how long the body style was of that pig. I mean, that was something that caught me immediately. And the second hog was pretty much the same way. These are both super long individuals that were coming across the ring there.
Man, I'll say these are two solid solid spots that just come out right here. That hog being driven by Bella Ball, you know, that's a tall-shouldered, you know, big bone, you know, style Barra, and same as the other one. I think, you know, honestly, I hate to say this, but I think both of these hogs, you know, when it comes down to breed, will probably come out on top.
Yeah, I was about to say the same thing. I'm glad you mentioned that. I imagine that these
kind
two
of premature like that, but
yeah.
but just based off of what we just saw, I like both of these hogs for the breed.
I almost think we're going to have the same situation as we had in the Burks. I think he's probably going to take the second class, both of them for reserve and breed. Of course, we could be wrong. There's still two spots sitting in the holding pens here, waiting to come back in for the breed drive.
Yeah, that bear.
Really competitive pair here in our heavyweight spot division, and lead off the young lady here in the Kingfisher. Just a bear that suits me in terms of angles and look and balance on the side. Comes with a good style kind of feature to his jaw there. One that got a good head carriage with real level kind of back in him, and enough shape up high. You know, from this point forward, he needs to open up and just mass up. But I think skeleton's built right, his angles read right, and he comes to the ground pretty true on both ends of his skeleton with a big enough rear, with big enough center in him. I think he sets just a little wider hawk to the ground than the bear here in two. He's got a little more power and strength, but certainly two good pigs. I like the shape, and again, the dimension, maybe even a heavier structure. Bear here in two, pretty similar just in terms of build. I think composition pretty close. That bear in second, maybe funnels a little more down into his stifle and center ham, but certainly close pair. Be very, very competitive here in our championship.
Okay, class winner in class 2 is Eddie Barrett, Kingfisher. Bella Ball was second. James Jones.
Like we had said, when that Haley Behrens pig walked in, that was one of those pigs that just caught your eye immediately as it walked in with as long as it was, and she was one of those ones that kept that floppy-eared pig's head up more, to where you got more of a look as far as the dimension goes from its hips all the way back up to its front shoulder. So she did a really good job of driving that pig.
Stout in his feature, fairly stout in his blade and arm. He's a bear that we like to extend some up front, and I think in comparison to heavyweight here, just so much more competitive just in terms of build and look and balance. Bear that again very, very comfortable in terms of enough structure and enough look to him, with a little more extras just in terms of bells and whistles and show where we are. She'll be our champion. Congratulations to her to bring out that second place win there. I think another one we felt like was very close in class. Built very similar as well. He'll be the reserve champion.
Yeah, that's kind of what we kind of picked there. You know, between those two grand and reserve spots. You know, that's kind of tough for me. That could have gone either way, in my opinion. I do agree with the judge putting the way that he did. That grand spot, you know, it's big bone, big shouldered, big head. You know, it's a good looking hog and keeps it all together up the top. But like I said, that could have gone either way, in my opinion, and that's just kind of the way it falls sometimes.
Yeah, that's exactly what we talked about. That didn't, I don't know about you, but the pick he did on the spots there didn't surprise me at all as far as where he placed those pigs.
Right, and I think that, you know, there's definitely a top two, definitely a bottom two right there, and not to take away from the bottom two, they were both solid hogs that you know, they just came out and got beat today.
Here we're getting in on to our first class of Hampshires. No, Ryan Ball again back here in this Hampshire class. She'll be, I think, the second one coming into the ring right here on your camera.
Man, I was looking down the top of that bear there as he was walking away that Ryan Ball's driving, and that thing looks like a card table on top. I mean, he's flat up top.
She did a great job. That pig didn't change speed one time when it walked out the gate there coming in.
I will say I like that hamp that Bella Ball's driving. I like both of these hamps in the ring right now. I can't see that one that just came in, but
coming in, we now got all four of our Hampshire pigs here in this first class in. Again, like you said, Ryan Ball's pig is one of those that just stands out to you as the way that he walks. He's almost like you said, a card table as flat as he is, with the way he keeps his neck up and everything else. The young man, who I'm not real sure of his name, in the blue shirt right there, also has a pretty unique shaped hog there. If you look at his front, as far as his neck and head structure goes, he's definitely one that you don't really see matching up the pattern with the rest of these coming into the ring here.
You know, but then again, you look at the shoulder in that hog. He's got a lot of shoulder to him. You know, a lot of mass there in his shoulder. Like I said, but man, I hate to do it, but I gotta say, you know, that hog that Ryan Ball's driving, that's a solid hog, man. I mean, it's tall shouldered. You know, that neck fits him just right. I think he's got a good range of motion. She drove him great.
Great drive on that. She's going into the weight scales right now, actually.
This hog being driven by the young lady in the yellows, you know, that's a pretty solid hog in my opinion too. You know, it's just
I've been noticing the judge looking pretty hard back and forth between the young lady in the yellow and the young man in the 4H green there, walking through the ring. Again, like you said, Ryan Ball's doing a fantastic job driving that hog. And we were talking to Wade Chicker and her grandpa probably before the show, and I believe he placed Ryan.
Going to pick that.
Yep, he's going to pick Ryan for first in this class. And as I was getting into, we talked to her grandpa Wade Chickering before the show, and they had spent a lot of the summer and the last couple of weekends going to jackpot shows all around the state, and that hog had a lot of success at several shows.
Really excels in terms of stops to feed. He's probably the biggest arm, oldest displayed in the group, but still is functional with the right kind of set to his shoulder blade and knee. He's a bear that gets out. He's in off with enough comfort, gets to the corners, and certainly when you get on top, he's got a good fresh back shape, and he's monitoring his time. And, you know, in terms of ideal, he probably extended him a lot ahead of his blade, just making him bigger for me, but I think how it fits away, he certainly does it with some extras as well, so please, you know, next to you, too, does have extra extension, appreciate that about it. He's a little bit made out of his blade and neck. He's a bear that gives you a real fresh, genuine shape up high, probably more expressive than the bears on either side of it. The bear that I think is simply more correct. Hawk said he uses his hawk better than the bear that comes as a breed. He's a bear that, again, balanced in terms of look and build, just not the extras that we've got in our class winner. The stouter feature bear here comes in 3 that maybe matches up just in terms of feature with our class winner, and yet from a composition standpoint, I felt like he was just a little flatter in his forward design. Certainly when I get behind him, he's one that just needs to use his hawk better. He's got some swelling and there in his joints. I'd like to extend him some as well, build him just a little more extended, but lots of product and dimension in him. We follow then with one that is the biggest outline, the biggest in kind, probably a little leaner in his makeup. Got some feature and arm to him. He gets a little forward in his blade. Certainly the flattest in his body shape and stifle shape today, but another quality bear.
Class 1, Kingfisher, first place, Ryan Ball. Second place, Cutter Scott. Third, Amy Haymaker. And fourth, Caleb Rain. We need Riley Glazier, heavyweight in the ring.
We got Riley Glazier coming into the ring right now to show against Ryan Ball.
Sorry for the setup there, Hunter and I are making some corrections on our sheet here as far as placing goes.
We need some new rock bears up to the holding area.
So they're going to go ahead and knock out the grand drive here because there's only one more hand left in the ring, and that's the heavyweight that just walked in of Riley Glazier's. They're going to go ahead and these two class winners are going to go head to head here for the breed, and then they're going to bring in the second place of whatever class he picks. And if he doesn't end up picking the heavyweight that just walked into the ring here, some of the differences you'll notice between this heavyweight, the one that's just a little bit bigger than Miss Ball's pig, is he's a little taller in his shoulders. He's probably, what do you say, Hunter, about 3 inches taller than Ryan Ball's pig walking in there.
Right, and there's probably a 30, 40-pound difference in these hogs too to keep in mind. So that's kind of something to keep in mind. when you're kind of trying to judge them. But yeah, that's a solid. I mean, that's a tall-shouldered, heavy in the midsection, heavy in the hams, heavy up the shoulder. That's a good-looking hog. But you know, you kind of gotta, like we were talking about yesterday on the cattle. You know, big doesn't always win. You know, but you know, like I said earlier, that's a solid hog, and you know, that's exactly what you kind of expect to see out of the Glazier barn. You know, that they produce some pretty quality hogs.
As you talked about weight differences, Ryan Ballspick, you're in first place in that first class. Her hog weighs 229 on paper, and then Riley Glazier's is 266. So a lot of difference in weight there just between them.
If you come from our heavyweight class, they're just a really extended, good-looking one from the side profile, just in terms of head carriage, and one that's got a real meat-made kind of neck in him. It's a bear that's a little later maturing than our lightweight in relation, and certainly one that maybe has been pushed to get enough shape in him, and yet in terms of ideal, I just bust him open and give him a nickel more down his back and into his center rib as well, maybe build him just a little stouter at the ground, but his ankles read through, he uses his hind leg well in terms of flex and drive. And I think when you evaluate the pair, we've got one that just needs to grow up, got one that just needs to man up, so kind of where your priorities lie. Certainly like to find one right there in the center with that kind of extension and look with a little more elevation. We don't have it, so in comparison, I think for me at least, the lightweight just comes with so much more feature and so square at the ground. He's still comfortable. He's never going to be a big one. You're never going to be able to take him to that heavier weight, but I think as long as he stays in that weight, I think he'll be competitive. The big one's going to be hard to get stout enough along with that extra frame and extension. So kind of take your poison. I like the lightweight for your champion. Congratulations, Trevor.
I couldn't agree more there on that lightweight. You know, I think that Miss Glazier was driving a great hog. Don't get me wrong, but you know, the lighter weight hog had a little more shape, a little more definition to it.
Yeah,
you know, and like you said, when you got a hog as big framed as that one that Riley Glazier's driving, you know, you're going to have to give up some shape on that, you know. But still, both are great hogs, and I wouldn't be surprised to see Riley Glazier take home reserve breed here.
I like the judge kind of hit on that one, that bigger one. He talked about, you know, grow up and man up. When he says man up on Riley Glazier's pig, with as long bodied as that pig is and as heavy as that pig is, you kind of want him a little bigger in his shoulders, don't you think, Hunter? Just a little more blown up to make even out as long and tall as he is.
And maybe even like some just some muscle definition in general on that hog, you know. But that's kind of a risky run when you have a heavyweight hog like that.
I think close here for reserve, as we talked, the second place variant, he is the later turn option that we have used there in that particular class. With that, I think he's just fairly complete and comfortable in his makeup. He closes a little more up in the top side of his blade, and maybe his chine naturally sets a little higher in him, which is always going to make him just a little bit flat in his skeleton as he comes and goes, and a little flatter there in his shoulder design, I guess. With that, I think he's got enough shape up high in relation to his weight. He's got a good thin set. I appreciate that about him. The heavyweight bear, again, gives you lots of look, range of motion, and flexibility, and comfort level is high there. Again, does he have enough? I guess for this particular day and this particular weight, he still reads with a little more feature up front to me and reads a little fresher and bolder there in his foreskeleton. The young lady's heavyweight will be reserved. Congratulations.
Yep, he's going to pick Riley Glazier to go ahead and be your reserve breed hamp. You know, I kind of agree with the judge there. You know, he said, you know, kind of in my kind of opinion, in that the hamps anyway. You know, you had one that had a little more shape and one that had a little more size, and then you had to take the one with a little more shape out, and then you came back in and he had a little more shape, but he wasn't quite as up there in size, so kind of hurt him a little bit. But anyway, we're gonna roll right into the Durocs and see what kind of we have to.
Quite a few Durocs here, as we were talking about that. We have 3 classes of Durocs, each one with about 4 in it.
You know, I love the Durocs. This is probably my favorite breed of hog personally, just because I've had so many of them. Or not so many of them, but you know, I haven't had a whole lot of them. But you know, Durocs are either you love them or hate them. They're kind of temperamental. They're kind of a pain in the butt. And they're hard headed. But man, if you get one that can come out, hold together functionally it can function. Its legs are got good range of motion, good bone. Man, there's nothing that can stop a Duroc.
And what we've talked about at the last show, I mean, they're easy to feed. This breed of pig reacts very well to feed, reacts very well to changes made in their feed. So this is the kind of hog that if you don't like something about it, it's not impossible for you to get to working and do some changing up and change those things around that you maybe don't like as much that you can change, on a feed-wise scale.
Oh, 100%. It's more kind of more customizable pig, if you will. You ain't got to worry about having to mix some sugar and a bunch of crap in there into your feed to get your hog to eat. A lot of people think that just because it's a pig, they're going to eat a lot. And, that was kind of one of the bigger problems I have with hogs is making them eat.
Exactly, just getting them to eat.
But, this is a good-looking classic Duroc, don't get me wrong.
The young lady in the yellow there on your screen really has a shiny, lighter-colored one as he's coming across the ring.
Yeah, I like the looks of that hog a lot. He's big-shouldered, big at the, big down through the shank of his leg there. Level up top. I think he kind of holds together just a little bit better than in the leg work. That hog that just came out of the scales, I'd like to kind of blow her shoulders or blow his shoulders out a little bit.
Yeah, he's a little lighter weight.
Well, I think he's gonna go ahead and pick that lighter colored Duroc to win it.
Chose to start with the young lady's pig here in the center. I think one that when you get on top, just opens up a little bigger kind of cage up high. Pretty genuine just in terms of his muscularity and shape. He may read just a little stouter in terms of his forearm and foot. And with that, he's a little more extended than the bear that we've gotten to. Just blends and balances to a little better build for me. Certainly not ideal, and yet one that I think within this particular class kind of puts together muscularity with enough skeletal integrity as well. The heavier muscle bear comes here at 2. He's a big, thick-ended one. He's big on top. Wants to close more at the ground off both ends of his skeleton. He's just a little forward in his shoulder, maybe even a little short there up in his face and shorter in his cannon bone. But that one combines the width and dimension of skeleton. Just need to elevate him and put a little more look in him. We do have that in the bear here in 3, and I appreciate the skin and hair and presentation of that bear. He's got a great look from the side just in terms of his balance, and yet we just don't see enough true width and dimension off either end of his skeleton. Don't see enough rib shape, and with that he just wants to quicken up and shorten his step.
Moving on into Class 2 here at the Durocs, Ryan Ball is in this class of Cashin, and so is Hannah Hamill. I believe Hannah Hamill's walking in the ring first here with her Duroc, and in the second class here that's a little heavier body, a little heavier weight. The young man walking in the ring right now, James Perdue. Kind of an interesting lighter colored hog here. Ryan Ball as she walks into the ring.
I gotta say, I think the Duroc's biggest downfall, at least what always killed me when it came to Durocs, was his feet and legs. If they're choppy in the back steps and they kind of kick those feet out when they walk, that's going to hurt a hog a lot, especially these Durocs. For whatever reason, that was always my downfall in the Durocs. I like the lighter weight hog personally here that they're taking over to the scales right now. I think he's nice and level up top. He's got a good range of motion. Pretty good looking.
He's a pretty good-looking pig, and I wouldn't be surprised if that hog places pretty high. Ryan Ball's Duroc was one of those that I was excited to see at this state. We looked at them before they went to Achievement Day. Of course, they weren't at Achievement Day. They went to another show, but we had seen pictures and whatnot of that pig, so I was kind of excited to actually see this one in person this time.
Right, and, I think that hog that Ryan's driving, that's a same kind of build as that hog that just went through the scales, And then that's going to be the top 2.
Yep. He's going to go James Perdue and Ryan Ball for his top 2.
That one that Hannah Hamill's driving, I think that's, a solid hog too. That's just kind of one that maybe when she gets a little older, has a little more experience showing, can really make that hog
really nice
drive and look good.
Man's light colored bear there, just really sound, flexible, total start to come together just in terms of body shape, look, design, balance, with some feature and structure to it as well. I think when you go on top, just a real genuine kind of shape to his top. He's got a long square kind of hip and rump and gets off both ends of his skeleton with more range of motion than the pigs we've got in 2 and 3. The bear here in 2 is a stout featured one that's bold in his center, big chested, big ended bear that maybe starts to get a little mature and cresty up over his neck there, maybe a little rounder than designed to his hip and rump. Lots of composition there. We just need to set it on a little more functional kind of a skeleton in relation. Likewise, the bear in 3. He's the big muscle hog. He's a big top and big, kind of a hip and rump in him. Got lots of stifle shape there as well. He may be a little heavier structure, and yet a bear that wants to get round off both ends of his skeleton. A little short forward in his blade up front, just shortens his step, quickens him up a bit, but again, full of muscle composition. Young lady's pig that rounds out the group here. Just a real complete design kind of bear. We just need more of him in terms of just stoutness and feature, more true shape and dimension as we get up high, but really balanced and fresh in his skin and hair and well shown.
Class 2 Durocs, James Purdue from Kingfisher, first, second, right ball from Cash, third, Class 3 to the ring.
Coming into Class 3 here at the Durocs, we're trying to get you a different angle on your screen there. You'll get to see those pigs walking in from the ring from a different angle. In this class, we've got Kathleen Hamel, Jackson Bailey Casey, Jay Paradis, and Jaron Dowell. These are going to be anywhere in the 259 to 280 range hogs coming into the ring. The heaviest being the 280, and the lighter weight being around the 260 range.
Man, that 280, that's kind of pushing. I believe that's the max weight here at for the Bears. But, man, is that a solid Duroc. I like that Duroc a lot.
Jackson Bailey coming in with a hog that really is flat across the top, and he did an excellent job showing at Achievement Day. Kathleen Hamel's Duroc there does a great job of keeping his head up if he can keep his pace and stay true to his form there as he walks across the ring, which, like we mentioned, with some of these floppy-eared pigs is kind of asking for a lot there.
Man, I'll tell you, we hit on at Achievement Day. We hit on it quite a bit. And, you know, Jackson, he shows those hogs. He's a pretty solid showman, especially for his age. You know, both of his. You know, I think I might have to put his over Kathleen's just a little bit, in my own opinion, just because, you know, he's a little more. I think he's got a little more up in the shoulder. You know, but that's kind of tight between those two. That lightweight or lighter weight hog, not lightweight. Excuse me. That lighter weight hog, I think they just put in the scales. You know, that's a solid looking hog.
The judge is spending a lot of time going back and forth between Kathleen and Jackson's pigs here. He spent a lot of time looking at it, and he's now looking at the hog in the corner that's having trouble trying to leave the scales. He placed his fourth place pig to Jaron Dowell of Hennessy in the corner here. Now he's going to go. He's going to grade these from the bottom up, which is not uncommon to do.
You know, I think I kind of agree with him on the fourth place pick. You know, that's a solid looking hog, but I think he's just a little stout, a little less shape for kind of where we are at today.
He went ahead and went.
Good class here in this division, and I think the leads off here simply the most functional, with a good fresh look and build. He's a bear that's adequate in his structure and bone work, adequate in his muscle shape and composition. He's a little more extended than the bears we've got, 2 and 3. He may give up just a nickel of rib shape, but so correct in his hip hock and hind leg design and use. I think that's where his true advantage lies, is just the way he uses his skeleton and his function and range of motion that he's got. The bear, too, is obviously the bigger ended one. He's a little more extreme just in terms of his chest shape. Good big body, one that's got kind of a unique build and look up front in terms of a knee head that sets on a big bold shoulder. He's a bear that got to change his hip and hock, and the way he uses it and just make him more functional. He's too straight in his hock and rolls a little wide and bowed there behind, but I think still he's a little square made up front in the bear here at 3. I like that bear from a freshness and design standpoint. He's probably naturally the tallest shouldered one. With that, it kind of works against him because it makes his blade set a little forward in his knees, a little forward as well. Again, shortens him up a little in his neck, and one that comes into a hip, squares up good. His hock needs to be square as he goes. This and then probably use it just a little better there as well. We follow with a dark colored bear here that's styled and big in terms of rib cage. He's a bear that got a big blade working in him. He's a little raw and lean this particular way, just not quite as much lip as we get out ahead of his blade, but a good lean muscular kind of a bear that's got some function to him.
You know, I kind of personally, you know, and like I said, we've said 100 times that judging is opinion. In my opinion, I kind of disagree with the judge, but that's just my style of hog. I like a big ribbed, big shouldered, you know, catch your eye kind of Duroc. You know, and our judge today, you know, as you can tell as they come out, the first place in the classes, he kind of likes more slender in the ribs, a little more extension, a little more stretched out, and you know, more of a clean cut kind of hog.
Yeah, that's absolutely been the style he's kind of been leaning towards today. It's more of those hogs that are stretched out and leaned more long in the ribs and their shoulders there. I mean, if you look at the comparison between just the lengths of all three of the hogs that are in the ring right now, all very, very similar as far as lengthwise go, and even in height-wise. So, I mean, you can kind of tell where this judge is going to be leaning as far as this particular breed of hog goes.
You know, I like that light-colored hog.
That James Purdue's
yes, that's a good-looking hog, in my opinion. You know, if I was to pick out of these three, that's my pick. Not to take away from any of the hogs that showed here in the Duroc category, but I think that's a solid winner, and I would love to see that hog in the Grand Drive.
It wouldn't surprise me if he picked James Purdue's pick out of that Class 2 Durocs, and we got to see Ryan Ball come back in the ring with her second place pick of that class.
A few more numbers here on Duroc Drive, and certainly some quality when we get our two class winners out here. I like all three of them pretty well. The two heavier weight pigs become the contenders in the drive, and I think they're both good skeleton, good built, good looking ones that have range of motion and function, and they do that in a fresh, well built package. It kind of fits the weight that they're at between the pair. There's one that's just bigger cage, just more of him in terms of totals and rib shape, probably a little bigger forearm as well. Got a good feature and a good look. Real square kind of hip and upper shape to his rump. The other pig there is just so functional and sound and square. Maybe not as far along, and probably a later maturing barrel. Just maybe not ever going to have just the sheer mass and dimension to his center body, but always going to be so correct and so good in the way he uses both ends of his skeleton. So give and take, and I just like the mass and power of this light colored pig. He'll be your champion for the play.
Champion is James Purdue out of Class 2, and he's Ryan Ball.
I couldn't agree more.
Just like we said, Ryan Ball's going to come back in from that second place win there.
You know, this is a good-looking hog coming out. You know, this is kind of his style. You know, she's got the range of motion, and be interesting to see what he says here.
I think he already made a decision.
Second place bird comes in again, one that really appreciate the rib shape and again the hip shape and just the stoutness of feature of that bear. I started to get pretty critical of him just in terms of the way his skeleton's built. It's a little rounder on both ends and maybe just not as comfortable as that young lady's heavyweight there. And I think, we just kind of add up the totals and back off just a bit in terms of the way they function and use the skeleton. I think the advantage certainly lies with the heavyweight. That one's got enough. He needs to continue to come with more power, in the big picture, but that's still a really well-built one that's got lots of good eating. It'll be reserved. Congratulations to the heavyweight.
Now, Hennessy has your reserve champion, winning Kathleen Hamill, second place.
Kind of an interesting pick there. The way the judge was kind of looking at Ryan Ball's pick as she walked out of the ring, I kind of thought that he was going to go with that hog as much as he kind of eyeballed her and talked about her. But again, you can't go wrong with his reserve breed pick. It was one of those heavyweight Durocs that really stood out as it walked across the ring. She did a really good job showing him. And that hog was just long enough and had enough potential, to really blow him up and make him all that he could be there. So, you can't go wrong with that decision either way.
No, and when you get down to that breed drive like we were talking about, excuse me, you know, when you get down that breed drive, every hog there deserves to be there and is a good-looking hog. Like I said, I just think that my style of hog is my style of hog, and you know, your style of hog is your style of hog. And it just kind of depends on what day it is. But, you know, I will say that was a good Duroc show, and a lot of solid Durocs came out today.
On your screen right here, what you're going to see coming into the ring as they keep filing in here is they pick their reserve breed and their breed champions, and there's enough Durocs in this class they're going to show for sale order, which means he's going to take go down the line and take all of the favorites of his class and bring back callbacks as to who goes to the premium sale. For those that weren't tuning in yesterday to watch the cattle sale, we kind of explained the premium sale here in about a week. It's not necessarily you go and you actually sell these pigs. It's more of almost a sponsorship to recognize these animals and their showmen who've done a great job. The breed and reserve breed champions of each breed have automatic bids into the premium sale, and then it just goes back and forth down through the line there, picking hogs that he thinks deserve to be in the sale there as far as going forward. As he's shuffling through the rest of the Durocs here to pick for sale order, we're going to move on into the cross classes next. We have 4 in this first class of crosses. Nobody from Cashin in that group. It's Chloe Goldbeck from Kingfisher, Hunter Beerin from Kingfisher, Caleb Raymer from Lomega, and Zoe Lukasek from Kingfisher. We've got 4 pretty good bears here, all pretty close in weight. We've got a 171 to 205 range in this first class. So it should be a pretty competitive group that's coming in as he finishes shuffling up the Durocs here and picking his sale orders for the day.
I need Hamill's 4th place in Class 2.
For those of you still watching on the screen wondering why the judge hasn't placed or picked any more pigs for sale order, they had to call some individuals back from the barn that still had pigs that they were shown in other classes. So as we wait on those individuals to make their ways back into the ring, they're going to continue to select for sale order here.
Okay, while we're waiting for this pig to get up here, you exhibitors, listen up. Don't take your pig back to the pen after a class.
For those of you that are either just joining us or missed the first introduction of the show, our judge is Mr. Galen McCune, who lives in Moreland, Oklahoma. He was the former ag teacher at Buffalo and Woodward and Merritt, so a long background in ag as far as animal judging and working with kids and animals goes. He now works at the Bank of Western Oklahoma as a compliance officer. And as I mentioned earlier, he's judged major shows all over the United States. The live stream today that we're doing from the show here is brought to you free of charge by Legacy Insurance and Financial Services of Cashin, Oklahoma, ran by Chris Gibson and Chris Cochran, two great guys from around the community who really enjoy everything about Cashin, who really strive to help everybody there and have been involved in everything from football and other athletic events to, as you can see here on the screen, livestock showing. So just a huge thank you to them for allowing us to be here today and allowing us to be able to broadcast this to, grandparents or parents who couldn't be here, or just people who were interested in it and wanted to see it but didn't want to make the trek out to Kingfisher today. Huge thank you to them.
That was Kendall going out, rolling an 8 Mayo in Class 1.
That was all of that class, right?
For those of you guys still watching as we wrap up this here, we know that some of the people watching probably aren't extremely familiar with how the livestock shows work or how the whole event of the pig showing works. So if anybody watching has any questions or anything like that regarding this that Hunter and I might be able to answer, find a way to get a hold of us, either text message, Facebook Messenger, or however else, or Chris Gibson, and we'll try to get those answered throughout the day. If someone has any questions about how this whole deal kind of works, since Hunter and I have been around it the whole time we showed, and now we have the pleasure of getting to broadcast it here today.
Yeah, or if you'd like to, go on to cashandwildcast.tv on Facebook, and I believe there's a post. Just go ahead and fill out the comments if you'd like. If you got any questions or anything or any concerns, feel free to get a hold of us, and like Drew said, we'll be sure to answer your questions or get out any information that we need to. So anyway, we're going to roll right into the first class of crosses.
In this first class of crosses, we've got Chloe Goldbeck, Hunter Beeren, Caleb Raymer, and Zoe Lukasek here. As you'll see, there's some of the hogs in the ring that look kind of similar to those Hampshire pigs that were shown a couple classes back. And the way that they determine whether a pig is a cross or a Hampshire is the length of the white band that goes around their shoulders, as you see there. As you can see, the hog in the very top corner of the screen there, walking behind the judge right now, it's got a band that stretches all the way down through its pastern, all the way up down to its to almost its hips. And then the pig in the center ring of the ring there has another one of those longer bands as well as a white foot. So that's just kind of the distinctions that they make as far as when these pigs are classified as crosses or when they're classified as hams. Judge on the screen sending a couple of hogs to get weighed. I don't know about you, Hunter. To me, it'd be kind of hard to judge between these blue butt pigs, the whiter hogs with the gray on their butts, and the belted pigs. Kind of two different, extremely different looks, contrasting looks as far as pig goes, and you can kind of get a different look on all of them.
Yeah, and a big part of it too that I think helps is showing up to these shows with your hog clipped. You got a lot of hair on a hog. I'm not calling anybody out. They may be waiting. That first clip, I believe, is the best look for a hog. So some people kind of hold out till district. Some people hold out till OYE. But I personally, at least in my opinion, we always kind of shot for county. I thought that was kind of our best chance to really come in and do some good. But if you got a hog that's got a lot of hair on it, it's kind of hard to see that muscle definition. It might knock you down a couple spots, but yeah, like you said, it is kind of tough. I will say that blue butt that's going away from us, she did a good job of driving that thing. She was kind of constantly always going the opposite way of the rest of the crowd there. So we're going to go ahead and jump over.
Very good excels in terms of balance.
and build. I think he's the most correct, and he's hip and hock. He's not perfect there, but I think certainly he combines some extension, look, freshness, a build with adequate amount of dimension. I'd probably make him just a little rounder in his rib shape, but still uses his hind leg well. He comes to the ground with enough foot and bone in this particular drive, and he's got some feature and look to him. I think he gets tighter here in 2 and 3. I chose to go with the other belted bear there. He's a lighter weight pig in the group, but with that, he's just a quality bear in terms of just his look and build and balance. He's a bear that, again, has adequate kind of shape in relation to his weight. He's got a good square kind of hip and rump blade in him. And he wants to roll a left or right rear hock there just a little more than ideal. And then maybe just making a nickel stouter there compared to the class winner. Young lady's blue pig here goes third, one that combines some width and dimension with some shape and some look up front. With that, he gets too short in his hip and rump and wants to roll his hock and hind leg outside his skeleton more than ideal. I just like to extend him some. He's got good fresh body shape, and still yet the young lady's done a very nice job of getting him presented. The blue pig here in 4 is later maturing bear that just needs more to him in terms of body shape, in terms of just flesh and condition today. I like him in terms of feature and structure. He just needs to be freshened up some in relation to his weight. He's a little big and he's kind there and a little tighter in his body shape.
Results in that class were Zoe Lucas, Kingfisher first, second place Hunter Behrens at Kingfisher third, Floyd Goldback Kingfisher, and fourth Caleb Raymer from Omega. In this class 2 crosses,
We got class 2 of the crosses coming into the ring here. This is a bigger class. It has about 7 coming to the ring here. Maggie Carroll was the first one out of the gate there of Cashin.
Oh, that's this one. Okay, now see, this is kind of where I like the hog shows. You know, we got a lot of hogs in here. He's gonna start pinning some just to kind of get through his picks. So it'll be kind of interesting to see what he ends up picking here. I will say that hog that Maggie Carroll's driving, that's that one from Achievement Day that I just loved.
Yeah, Hunter and I kind of fell in love with that hog that Maggie Carroll was driving at
like
Achievement Day.
Like I said, that was kind of the classic. That's kind of a classic bear look, at least when we were showing hogs.
The young lady that just walked in the ring, he immediately pinned out of the gate. That darker blue butt there, he's going to go ahead and pin.
Yeah, you know, that's a pretty solid hog too. My personal opinion, I put a little more head up on him, a little more neck. You know, he's got a little more length, a little more extension than Maggie Carroll's does. That one that she's driving though, I can't believe it had been pinned, to be honest with you. I like that hog a lot. You know, maybe a hair more in the shoulder personally, but that's just going to be nitpicking that hog.
Again, Hunter and I kind of touched on this at the Achievement Day show a couple weeks back. The crossbred class is really one of the more interesting ones to watch, because you can pick and choose between certain breeds and kind of mix and match things together, which is what a lot of breeders do, which is why you're always going to find that the cross class at any show is usually the bigger one, because they're easy to manipulate and you can kind of pick and choose the things that you want as far as pig-wise goes. So the crosses are usually a lot more competitive, and you always see a really good cross at the grand drive there at the end. Just about 2 more pigs in the ring here, and the judge is going to start letting pigs out to do some final placings here. As you can see on your screen there, the judge is taking these pigs out that he's picked from the beginning of this class and bringing them, pinning them as he sees them in the kind of the order that he thinks he's going to place them. As they leave the holding pens from where he's placed them, they're going to go to the weight scales and just verify the weights of all these hogs were. And like Hunter and I kind of touched on earlier in their lighter weight classes, if these pigs are overweight or underweight from what they weighed at this morning, a lot of times those pigs need to be disqualified or moved into either the heavier class. So you really want to make sure that these pigs stayed at the weight that they were at when they got weighed this morning.
Right, because it's, kind of one trick that we used to use back when I was showing hogs is, I would, I probably shouldn't say this, but, but I would try to refrain from just loading that hog down before we'd weigh. That way whenever I came to the ring, it's kind of risky gamey play. Kind of load him up with water, let him get a good drink before he comes in, blow his gut out a little bit, make him look a little better. But that's a risky gamey play because you let him drink a little too long, you're gonna hit that scale and you're gonna weigh out of the class. So that's kind of a tightrope you kind of had to walk. I believe actually that first hog that they weighed, I may have weighed out of the class. I think they went ahead and excused him from the ring.
And for those of you, thinking maybe, okay, it's not a big deal to weigh out and move up to the heavier class, if your hog is on the lighter weight spectrum, and then, for example, in the last class, or in this class, if you took this 205-pound pig and put it up against a 230-pound pig, that's a big difference.
Balance and kind of bring the totals together. The blue and wins pretty easily. That's just a scout elevated, good build, and it's got great angles, all things, the skeleton. He's got enough rib. I mean, he's the biggest rib we've seen, but I think his rib is right and true. He's very genuine and shape up outside his play. Big rump, hitting high, works good, he's big enough to the ground. I think it's a really good place to start this particular class. Another really fresh one here in a second. Good scout look, he drives action. He got his feet to the ground, and just feature and foot. So it's probably not quite as genuine in shape up high, but he is wide and square. All both hands and balances his body shape with enough structure and comfort. Certainly one that I think is just not really complete package to be over here in two.
Yeah, and I kind of agree with the judge there. I personally like a blue butt hog over a black hog, but that's just being kind of colorblind there. But I think they're kind of easier to kind of break down and see that definition on personally. But another thing that he talked about was rib. That might have been what got Maggie in that class was the lack of rib. So we're going to start up here with our class 3 crosses. Excuse me.
Yeah, this is going to be class 3 here of the cross section of this, and there's six hogs in this coming out here, and these are going to be a little bit more of your heavier weight barrows. These pigs range anywhere from 234 to 242, I believe. So a little tighter weight circle there. So you're going to see a lot of pigs that are pretty similar as far as weight and size go. And he's going to go ahead and start pinning hogs right off the bat as they walk into the ring here.
I will say that
as I said, that the first pig that walked in right there, she immediately got pinned.
I gotta kind of admit, I like that hog that Kenny's driving too a little bit. I'd like to see a little more rib, a little more shoulder in it, but when I say a little more rib, I mean a little more gut, not necessarily extension. I like the style of that hog. I also like this blue butt over here in the holding pens. That's a solid looking hog, driven by the young lady wearing the vest. So.
After this class 3, we have a total of 5 classes of crosses, so this cross one's going to drag on for a little bit, and it's going to be a little bit harder to pick a breed champion in this. The judge keeps waving on more pigs in here. The young lady bringing a hog into the ring right now, as you can see, has got a really wide, from shouldered back to the hip, really wide-bodied pig coming in. Like we talked about Kendra Bryant there, she's got another good hog that stood out to us a couple of weeks ago when we were at the Achievement Day show.
I'm looking at these hogs, and if it's coming down to me, that last one I'm picking, it's going to be between this girl here in the 4-H shirt. and probably Kendra's. You know, they're going to go ahead and pin Kendra. I agree with that.
Yeah, she had one of the better ones out in the ring, I think.
That belted hog out there kind of lacks a little bit up in the shoulder and a little more in the rib. But I think that was a solid hog that Kendra is driving on. I'm glad he went ahead and pinned her.
For those of you watching getting annoyed with Hunter and I coughing, we're trying to refrain from it as much as we can, but it's been a little dusty in here today. For those of you just tuning in or confused on what's been going on with the ring help, they're collecting these cards from these kids. Those cards were filled out this morning by the weight scale crew. When the hogs got here, they had to be weighed to determine the classes and where they did the breaks on the classes. So them handing the weight judge their weight cards just kind of verifies that these pigs are where they're supposed to be in this classes and make sure that they're not competing at a lower or higher weight class than they should be, keeping it as fair as they can keep it with hogs that are their size that you can respectively, kind of keep in the same area. The judge just sent out his bottom picks of the class, which I believe were his 5th and 6th place ones, and I believe the 4th place one. So he's going to keep the top 3 in this class to determine his winner for this Class 3 group here, which is not uncommon to see at all, just to go ahead and send the lower place hogs out of the ring, because and chances are they're not going to get called back for the grand drive or the breed drive. The young lady walking her hog into the weight scales right now will change angles as he leaves so you can get a good side profile on him. This is a hog that really does a great job keeping his head up and kind of real explosive in those front shoulders. We'll go ahead and switch to the side profile here as these pigs are walking out of the weight scale. When this young lady gets her hog out of this weight scale here, you'll be able to see kind of the side profile that the judge looks at from a much better angle. Instead of being kind of a shoulder down angle, you'll get to see it really from the side as these pigs are walking out of the ring here. As they're verifying weights here, the judge is going to be considering his picks for the top part of the class. He's going to have to, I imagine he'll probably place this class downward in placing instead of upward like he did at the beginning after he got his least favorite picks out of the ring. So Kendra Bryant coming on really strong here, leading that hog great. The judge, I saw, it caught her eye pretty good as she left the weight scales.
Oh yeah, that's kind of hog, I think you can definitely overextend the hog and make it look kind of frail in the ribs. So that's kind of why I like the two hogs being driven by the two young ladies or young women in the ring. But man, that's kind of.
You kind of get a different body style look from the young man driving that hog here. He was a little thinner in his shoulders compared to the two that are going in. And he went ahead and placed Kendra Bryant second and Emma Lukasek first. Or no, Emma Lukasek not first.
Really good class here, and I think
Scamahorn, I believe, was first.
On top that are pretty similar in terms of the build and even composition. Gets fairly close here. I think our class winner in the blue pig here just has more features. Everything up there is skull in the center part of his blade and into his rib cage there. He's not going to be the biggest back or the most expressive one. I think he just puts together the totals in terms of show barrel look and balance. I give him just a little more cushion and flex and comfort in that rear arc, but I think he does it good enough in this particular class. Young man's bear there too. His advantages lie just in stoutness of feature and flexibility. That's probably the most comfortable one that we've got in the group, and with that he puts together a lot of shape and dimension to his top. Got a big hip working in him and still handles it well. I like to give him a little more flesh, make him a little bolder and rounder in his center rib, maybe elevate him up front just a nickel there. as well. The calico pig that goes third there is taller shouldered, a little bolder and stouter as he drives right at me. Starts to run out of power when I get into his hip. He flattens a little more in his stifle shape, shortens in his hip there just a bit. But three good pigs in this particular class.
We need class 4 hogs to the ring at this time. Emma Lucasack, McKenna Chickering, Cassie Mayo, Ford Ollie, Cash Bannister.
We're going to go ahead and get into Class 4 here as they finish up the placings for Class 3. Class 4 has 5 pigs in it. We have McKenna Chickering of Cashin is the only Cashin person there, but it's Emma Lukasek, McKenna Chickering, Cassie Mayo, Cord Allig, and Cash Bannister. These pigs are extremely close in weight, between 246 and 249, so a 3-pound difference between the classes here.
You know, I'll say right now that hog that just came out last, the girl in the yellow shirt's driving, you know, that's a solid hog. Big bone all the way down into his foot. He's gonna go ahead and pin her right out of the gate, and I couldn't agree more with that. You know, that's a big boned hog. That's kind of like I like to see a hog right there.
Yeah, she really stood out walking out of the ring, I'll say.
You know, that's a nice hog that McKenna Chickering's driving too. You know that maybe a. I believe he's going to go ahead and pin her too. So far, me and the judge are kind of on the same page here. I agree with a lot of what he's calling. You know, this belted hog is kind of driving right over here at us at the stand. I like that hog a lot too. You know, I think that other one's got a little more leg to him, not necessarily bone wise, but a little more length in the leg, and I think that's kind of.
The young man you'll see on the center of your screen there in the green shirt, his hog's not walking as well as it should, and he's a little taller and kind of thinner than the thing. I imagine that young man's pig will probably be towards the bottom of the class maybe, because he kind of lacks a little bit in his ribs and his muscle structure compared to some of the other crosses we're seeing out here in the front. Young lady walking right in front of the judge there with that lighter color pig with the black complements on it. It's a really kind of powerful pig when it comes at you, really wide shoulders. I think the judge just placed his bottom picks for the class, and those individuals are gonna exit the ring here after a little bit, I imagine, as he's still pinning kind of from the top up, or the pigs that he still wants to be in his kind of top picks here. After this, we just have one more class of crosses, and then they'll get into the breed drive, followed by the grand drive.
Really good class here. Really nice on top. We got a man on board to lead off over here in this calico where just that one puts together so much good in terms of his total mass and dimension, and still got the show bear look and feature to him. His angles read true. He can really use his skeleton off both ends to have that kind of mass and dimension. He's not the longest hipped or the longest rumped one in the world, but I think there's plenty there just in terms of got a big kind of square hip in him. I think just point forward in, just mass him up just a nickel more, and then just let him go win a show, because that one's good. The bear that comes there in two, not to take anything away from that one, that's a really, really high quality bear as well. He just doesn't come with the extras in terms of body flash, center rib shape, but that one's still really, really comfortable in his skeleton. He's got enough of everything. He's got some extras in terms of just big shape up high. He's got the longer rump and hip plate in him, really uses his hind leg well. That one reads to be really fresh. He's just a little bit leaner. He's just a little bit crestier and more mature at the pole, over his pole and crest of his neck, but I like that bear a bunch as well. 3, 4, and 5 here, good pigs. Really like the look of the bear that we've got here in 3. Compensation starts to get him in trouble just a bit as you take him into his lower third. He wants to close and cave a bit in his rib shape. Maybe closes a little hot to the ground, but still a really well-fed, well-shown bear that has some good quality to him. We follow him with the other belted bear there in the corner. More extension in that particular pig, and one that, again, reads with good expressive kind of shape up high. Just need to make him stouter and rounder and bolder in his body shape, but still functional, still fresh in his presentation. Young lady's got another calico here. And, again, good design, good look from the side. Just need to open him up with more natural muscle mass compared to the top.
Class winner in this class is Emma Lukasek.
Emma Lukasek was the winner of that last class. McKenna Chickering was second, and third was Court Oleg. Fifth was Cassie Mayo, and fourth was Cash Bannister. That first place pig of Emma Lukasek, Hunter, we kind of talked about. Extremely powerful pig that was walking into the ring there. She was one that just, even the judge saw it immediately. She walked in, she got pinned and went and got weighed. And sometimes in classes like that, you are going to find some just absolute powerhouses walking in. And here coming in, we have 3 cashing people in this next Class 5. Jay Sevens, who just walked into the ring. Kathleen Hamill already in the ring. Maggie Carroll coming into the ring right now. Jay Paradis and then Riley Glazier are going to be in the ring as well coming in. Riley Glazier walking in right now to be the last one in this Class 5 group. This is where it kind of gets into the harder decision. This is going to be your heavyweight class. Maggie Carroll doing an excellent job driving her cross across the ring here, keeping its head up really nice. The judge just signaled for Riley Glazier to take her across to go get weighed. He's going to send Jay Sevens to go get weighed, I believe, next. Looking pretty hard between Maggie Carroll and Kathleen Hamill here, as well as giving some good looks to Jay Paradis' pig.
I think the trick in this is, you got this heavyweight class here. I think the big deal that I'm going to be looking for is who's got this heavyweight hog that does have the size, but at the same time has the definition and the shape that you're looking for. And one of the more important factors is which one's kept the range of motion. When you start getting these hogs that are pushing 300 pounds, you're going to probably lose some motion back there in that hip and up in the shoulder. So,
absolutely, which can be a tough game to play. Really a pretty really well-rounded class of bears here for your heavyweight Class 5 one. Maggie Carroll's pig, another excellent pig. Jay Sevens, that was one at Achievement Day we thought needed a little bit more in its shoulders, which it looks like he got that kind of taken care of as much as you probably could to this point with as heavy as that pig was while keeping him there. Kathleen Hamill, a really, really dark hog there. It's going to catch your eyes there in the corner. I'll be interested to see where he places those 2 black pigs comparatively out there. Judge really taking a lot of time to look at these individuals on where he kind of wants to place them and the order he kind of wants to pin them in. Following his placing of this class and given his reasons, they're going to bring the class winners back of each of the 5 classes, as well as most of the second place hogs of that class are going to be on standby too, so that he can do the breed drive for the crosses before we get on into the grand drive.
Yeah, I'm sitting here watching this class, and it's kind of hard for me to even kind of pick which ones I'm liking, because as soon as I find one that I like, I look at another one, and I think it looks a little better. This is kind of a tough class.
I think he went ahead and placed Riley Glazier to be first place in that class, Kathleen Hamill second. I believe he pointed Jay Sevens for third.
Blue Bear Hands, again, one that I think just serves because of the stoutness and feature and density. That's probably as big a rib as we've seen, with a really natural kind of body shape, and got a real natural kind of flank laid in it. He's tons of feature and foot, one that can really get out and stride just in terms of range of motion, composition as you study him up high. I think he's got enough shape. He may need to come with just a little bigger boulder back in terms of ideal, but I think that one's getting pretty darn close there as well. I think highly competitive bear to win this drive. 2 and 3, I think, get close for me. I chose to rock back and use the young lady's belted bear there that just reads with freshness and body shape, and I think he's just a little square and uses his hock a little bit better than the bear that we've got in 3. I like to stouten him up at the ground in his foot size. I'd like to make him just a little bolder back as well, but another bear that kind of fits and has a better proportion. Bigger outline, stouter made one there in 3. I like his design. He's tall-shouldered, really loose in his skeleton. With that, he wants to close too much there as he goes away. He just maybe doesn't use that hock as correctly. And then when you get off of him, I think that bear just needs to be bolder up high in terms of his upper cage shape. In terms of ideal, he could have set it that way just a little long. Then we follow with a pair of blue ones here. That young lady's pig is just well designed. Young man's in the corner there. Just needs more tone in terms of just raw lean shape.
Class winner in the final class.
The judge went ahead and picked Riley Glazier. Riley Glazier for that class winner there. She's going to go ahead and be pinned, and Kathleen Hamill at second in that one. That concludes the main portion of the cross show. They're going to bring all of the class winners and the second place hogs back to the ring so that they can go ahead and try and knock this breed drive out, and I imagine they'll do some sale order placings after that. And as soon as that concludes, they're going to do the grand drive for the Barra section of our show here. And I imagine we'll probably take a 5-minute break or so between Barra and Gilt shows just to give everybody a chance to go back and get their pigs ready for the second portion of the show.
You know, man, I'm looking at this lineup back here. Look at this lineup back here in the holding pen. You know, that I believe that was
got several individuals pinned over here that got second place in their class. They're bringing all of the class winners back into the ring right now for the judge to kind of start his grand drive pick as we get going here. And again, the judge, you can see he's spending a lot of time looking at the Emma Lukasek hog that he picked there first in that last class. He spent a lot of time looking at her as she came into the ring, as well as Riley Glazier's longer blue butt pig coming in there. Those are both pretty powerful pigs that got in there.
You know, I agree with you on that, and I think that hog that Emma Lukasek's driving definitely deserves a solid look. You know, that he said it best on it earlier when she showed for class. That you know, that hog's a man among boys. You know, that thing comes out and he kind of demands your attention fresh out. I mean, as soon as he comes out of the gate. So, you know, that's a really nice hog. I like the looks of that hog a lot. That hog that Riley's driving is definitely, I think, in my opinion, man. As I say that, I found another one I like. Like I said earlier, all these hogs deserve to be in the ring right now, but.
Extremely competitive group of five individuals out here that he's going to try and pick from his grand drive. Like Hunter and I kind of touched on before this, if you're just now tuning in or have been watching and have some questions about how the hog show works or some any other questions in general, go ahead and get a hold of us either on Facebook or comment on the Cash and Wild Tack TV link or either one of our Facebooks, or if you have our numbers, just
there you go.
Shoot your questions this way and we'll try and get them answered as best we can as the show goes on for those of you that may not know as much as some others on here that have been watching. And again, he's basing his decision for the Grand Drive here. These Barras are market pigs. They're at the end of the day, at the end of their life cycle, they're going to back into the food chain. And so he's really going to look for the pig that you're going to get the best cutability of meats out of, and the pig that's most market ready. As in, if you were to take it to the market, that's the pig you're going to look for. And I think we've got a choice here made.
Really, really high quality set of crossbred Barras. If you would look at the hands here, congratulate young people here. I know it's been a tough year and even a tougher 2 weeks that had to endure, but I guess that's what builds character and builds young people, and that's ultimately our end game here. Get through is the Hawk Show, but this is a great set of pigs. I'm going to say that if this group doesn't compete extremely high level at Enid and even on at OYE, I would be highly, highly surprised, because just don't see this set of Barras getting turned too far out. I don't care who's judging them. Again, my congratulations to young people. Not to take anything away from 3 of them, but these 2 heavyweight pigs, I think, compete, and they compete hard. I talked to one of them in class. There's a man among boys, and you bring the other one out here behind him, and I think he's got some extras that just come in a different package, but that one's really, really stout. His range of motion's awesome. Hard to put that much body and dimension in one. Keep them that flexible. The calico pig's just a little rounder in his rib shape. So good in his hip and hock, and just where his hock sets in, to have that kind of body mass and that kind of Barra build and feature is pretty unique for me. Just love his body shape and just his proportions fit together so well. So I like both of them a bunch. This calico is going to be the champion. We'll follow him with the heavyweight ability. Congratulations.
That's going to be Riley Glazier, I believe, that it's going to be Grand Cross. Yeah, that's a good-looking hog, and I think that came down to range of motion for the. Oh wait, excuse me.
Get some clarification on the winners there.
We need Katie Dietrich. Class 4, we need McKenna Chickering. McKenna's already in. Okay, we need $4. And in class 5.
So reserve went to Emma Lukasek, or reserve went to Riley Glazier, and the grand champion went to Emma Lukasek. She was the one from that class 4 that was that calico pig that really stood out to the judge and the hunter and I. And then Riley Glazier, the winner of class 5, ended up being his reserve breed. They're going in for sale order right now, which is going to be bringing back a lot of the second place and third place pigs from the cross show back into the ring. And the judge is going to make some determinations between them as far as where they should go in sale order for the premium sale that they'll have, I believe, in a week from today.
Right, there's another one up here I got to think. 3 is in. $4 is in that's class 4. And Kathleen Hamill in class 5.
Like we said before, this is just picking for sale order. The judge picked Emma Lukasek for breed champion and Riley Glazier for reserve breed champion, which were the 2 powerhouses out of class 4 and 5 that really stood out to the judge and stood out to Hunter and I, as we had kind of talked about. They were super powerful pigs that were just kind of all there. The sale order thing can kind of get pretty interesting because you're mixing several classes in here, and a second place pig might be placed lower in the sale order than a third place pig. It kind of depends on how the judge mixes them together and what hog he feels like altogether is maybe better than some of its competitors as far as the sale order goes. When they conclude picking sale order here for the crossbred class, they're going to move right on into the grand drive for the Barra show, which is they're going to bring the first place winners of every breed back. So we're going to get McKenna Chickering back in with the first place Hereford out of Cashin. We're going to get Bella Butler back for the first place York out of Cashin. Hunter Beeren, first place Poland from Kingfisher. James Perdue with the first place Burke from, or Nathaniel Bronaugh, pardon me, from Cashin for the first place Burke. Going on into the spots, we're going to get Haley Beeren back with her spot. In the hamps, we're going to get Ryan Ball back in for her hamp, and then the Duroc will bring James Perdue back in with that stud Duroc that he had. And then from the crosses, the ones that you just saw, Emma Lukasek will be back, and I'm sure we'll see a reserve out of one of those two breeds coming back in as the judge does his grand drive here, which is always interesting when you get all of the species back together. I don't know about you, Hunter, but the grand drive is always my favorite part because you get to compare everything.
Oh yeah, I agree 100% with you on the grand drive, but we were talking about about sale order, I like to try to say it every show, kind of get the word out there because a lot of people don't understand how how the bonus sale works. So pretty much after, I believe it's going to be online this time, maybe with COVID restrictions.
Yeah, I believe that how the premium sale this worked. I think that the contestants just have to go out and find their buyers versus having the auction format. Obviously, like you said, because of the COVID. Right,
and with that being said, talking about finding buyers, anybody who would like to donate or even buy an animal in that bonus sale is more than welcome to. If you don't know how to go about that or who to get a hold of, your best bet's probably your extension agent or your FFA advisor for your ag chapter. I'm sure they would love any kind of donation or anything in that manner to help buy any kids that bonus sale. So anybody who's interested in making that donation, feel free, and I'm sure your local ag chapter would definitely appreciate that.
And like we kind of touched on before, as soon as the sale order gets picked for how they're doing the premium sale, we'll get McKenna Chickering, Bella Butler, Hunter Beeren, Nathaniel Bronaugh, Jace Evans, Haley Beeren, Ryan Ball, James Perdue, and Emma Lukasek, back in here for the grand drive for the different breeds that they all had, and then I'm sure we'll get to see some of the other familiar faces come back in as he makes his first pick. They'll bring the second place of whichever breed he picks coming in. Following the grand drive, I imagine we'll take a short 5-minute break or so, or we may just move right on into the gilt show. The gilt show is always very interesting because you're going off of a breeding aspect, and they don't show by weight; they show by birth date on those. So you might have two pigs that are born pretty similar, but outweigh each other by several pounds. So it's always kind of interesting to see how those pigs were fed and just the maturity rate of those hogs when they come in.
That's what I like about the gilt show. You can kind of see everybody's style. Some people like to kind of not necessarily pour the feed to their hog and kind of keep the structure and keep the definition, where other people like that, big shouldered, big hammed hog that comes out. But like I said, the risk you run with that is once you start getting up in size, you're going to start losing some of that definition. You're going to start losing some of that range of motion in the hips and the shoulders. So that's kind of why I like the gilt show. It's you can see kind of how everybody likes to feed their hogs and who really knows what's what.
You'll hear the announcers on the screen here calling individuals back. They're just doing callbacks for sale order as they pick pigs. They're going to be bringing the pigs behind those ones that were picked back into the ring. That they're going to do for sale order before we get into our breed drive. This just kind of helps expedite things along as this deal progresses. For those who don't understand the sale order, the breed champions and the reserve breed champions have automatic ends in the sale, which is why at the end of their classes they still do this placing kind of deal to see if someone scratches on their pig or has a different animal and wants to take a certain one over the other into the sale. It gives people that are lower down in the totem pole as far as placing goes an opportunity to get back into the premium sale here. while they're finishing up, picking the sale order like I've talked about a couple times. Today our judge for the show today is Mr. Galen McCune. He's from Moreland, Oklahoma, and was a former ag teacher at Buffalo, Woodward, and Merritt. So he's been around the show business for a long, long time, and he now works for the Bank of Western Oklahoma as a compliance officer. He's judged major shows all over the United States. The live stream that we're very fortunate to have here is brought to you free of charge by Legacy Insurance and Financial Services in Cashin, Oklahoma. Chris Gibson and Chris Cochran, agents there, are always there planning your, looking out for your interests and planning your financial future and looking out for your needs. So a huge thank you to those guys, two great guys who are always involved in the community, and we really appreciate them donating and sponsoring us to be able to come out here with our Squirtle TV and at the Cashin Wildcats TV and be able to get this on video for everybody.
Class 1, Jacob is Caleb Raymond.
You know, something else we've talked about before is, maybe I say that, I'm not really sure, I imagine I have though, because I like to harp on it, but you know, I like the Grand Drive a lot, because, especially with the crosses, because these crosses, you know, they've been out here showing this whole time, and then they come back out and everyone shows for sale order. Well, then you roll right into the Grand Drive. You know, that hog, he's been walked for probably 30-40 minutes. So you know, you got to have your hog in pretty good shape to be able to come out and walk around and you know, be in shape enough to do that and still not fall apart when it comes to your structural soundness and range of motion. So, you know, you may see somebody kind of in the back corner rest their hog for a minute or give them a second, you know.
Fortunately, this year we haven't had any pigs go through any episodes yet. It's been said a couple times that, you know, pigs are always just looking for a place to lay down and die. It's weird as it is to say, but I mean, these pigs are extremely temperamental, extremely stressful animals, and don't respond well to stressful situations. So, like Hunter said, you may see one person giving their pig a rest or not trying to drive it as hard. And thankfully, we haven't had any incidents yet. But Hunter and I have been a part of several shows where people's individuals' hogs have stressed out and kind of crapped out and ruined themselves in a show ring just from being driven too hard, like you said, from being out here in this sale order for 30 or 40 minutes.
Right, and you know, sometimes when they stress, they can be brought back. You know, you can get them cooled down, and for people that don't understand what we're saying when we say stress, it's a lot like a seizure kind of. But, you know, it's just kind of part of the hog's anatomy. It happens, and you know, fortunately it doesn't happen a lot. But it is a risk that you run when working with these animals. So, you know, you got to kind of know when your hog needs a rest, know when it's ready to go back and drive.
The exhibitor, give yourself a hand. You did good. You did really good.
Huge round of applause to all the people that were still out in the ring for that long showing. As far as sale order goes, it doesn't take as long for the other classes, but crosses being the largest class, it sometimes can take, you know, as we just watched, you know, 20, 25 minutes to get the sale order all straightened out. So huge props to those exhibitors and showmen for being able to keep their pigs calm and keep everything calm, cool, and collective out there in the show ring, and make sure all these animals didn't stress and didn't overheat from being worked that hard out in the ring. I believe here we're gonna get all of our ducks in a row here at the announcer stand while they get everything in place there, and then we'll get ready to start the Grand Drive, which will bring the breed champions back to the ring bring the breed champions back to the ring so that the judge can pick a grand champion before we move on into the gilt show of the day.
Now we got the holding pen empty. We need some breed champions. We need some breed champions brought to the holding area, please. Thank you, exhibitors, for your cooperation in that little fiasco.
Hunter and I, a couple weeks ago when we did Achievement Day, we kind of touched on the kind of the cool parts of doing the grand drive, where you take all of the breeds of pigs, the best pigs of the breed of that show, and bring them all into one arena. It's kind of a hard thing to compete with if you're one of those minor breeds and not a crossbred, because a lot of the times, especially with the powerhouse crosses that we saw here today, it can be a little hard to compete as a minor breed with that. But some of the talent that we saw in those minor breeds today is pretty impressive. So it's always really cool to see how those breeds that lack in certain areas or that aren't as popular compete against some pretty big pigs.
Yeah, I agree with you, Drew, and you know, I'm probably a little premature doing this, but before they get out here, I'm going to go ahead and say it. I'd like to see that cross win it. You know, that's a good-looking hog, and like, you know, and I kind of agree with the judge when he said earlier, this hog's a man among boys, and I think that kind of held true through all the breeds. You know, that hog came out, he was a powerhouse.
Yeah, I don't think
he had the bone all the way down to the foot. He had the range of motion. He had the shoulders, the neck. He had it in the hands. He had the rib, and I mean that's what you look for in a hog. And really, I really couldn't pick that hog apart, you know, to find a really bad negative to dock him with. You know, I'm sure once he gets out here, I'll be sure to try to find that. but you know, like I said, I'd like to see that cross win it. But you know, my memory might be a little foggy. I might be counting somebody out a little early, so we'll see.
Yeah, I don't think you're out of line at all on saying that cross probably has a pretty good chance to win this deal here. It was a very, very solid pig. And the judge, like you said, talked about a man among boys, just a solid pig, and that was a comment that he didn't make in any of the other breeds. Not to say that the other ones don't have a competitive shot at winning this. That was just Hunter and I's offhanded remark as to where we kind of think this deal's going to slide once all the cards fall. So it'll be really interesting to see the looks that he gets. And
Champion Hereford, McKenna Chickering.
Champion Hereford, McKenna Chickering's going to come into the ring with her Hereford.
Yorkshire, Bella Butler.
Bella Butler of Cashin with her Champion Yorkshire.
Champion Poland, Hunter Barron.
Champion Poland, Hunter Barron's going to come in.
Jace Evans.
Burke of Jace Evans is going to come in.
Spot, Haley Barron.
Haley Barron of Spots.
Champion Hamp, Ryan Ball.
Ryan Ball of Cashin's going to bring her Champion Hamp in. And that Champion Cross of Emma Lukasek is going to be in here also.
Champion Crossbred, Emma Lukasek.
As Hunter and I kind of got to laugh at myself. As Hunter and I were talking real good about that cross that was coming in, I kind of put Bella Butler's York there on the back burner, which is a hog that I really liked at the beginning, and we really fell in love with at Enid, or not at Enid, pardon me, at Achievement Day, and I kind of put her on the back burner in my mind as far as that pig goes. So it's going to be interesting to see how that one competes.
Yeah, man, you bring up that York now, and I agree with you 100%. Another one I put on the back burner and kind of forgot about that spot. That's a good on the spot. You know, but then again, you know, this is a grand drive. They're all good looking hogs. They're bigger. It's just kind of personal preference at this point. You know, like I said, I really like that cross, man. He comes out and he immediately, I mean, if you were to line all these hogs up side by side, that's one's going to catch your eye. I hate to say it like that. I like that Duroc, but you know that might be kind of me playing into my little, little bias on the Durocs. You know, I've always liked Durocs. You know, I think it could be anybody, but you know, personal opinion, I'm gonna have to lean towards that cross. I like that cross a lot.
I'd probably second that bet on that. But I mean, like you said, there's not a bag pig out here. This is the breed champions of all of the pigs here. So every one of these pigs is a good pig in their own right. It's just going to be hard to determine a grand champion pig out of the whole deal.
Right, I'll tell you what I really kind of would like to see, which I don't think we will, and I know it'd probably anger a lot of people, but you know, I thought it'd be kind of funny to see that Hereford come out and do something, you know, maybe.
I know, right?
Just because, you know, there's two here in the barn, I think, today. I don't know about the gilt show for sure, but for sure there's only two Hereford bearers. So.
And even have them this way, you know, over a period of time, and then you change the dates and all those kind of things, and just a lot to deal with in terms of adversity, but and again, I still contend that it's going to make better folks out of them. So my congratulations to all of them. It's a great set of breed champions, and you know, they're the kind I like. I don't think I like them much different than most judges in general. I think all of them are going to be competitive. There's two or three that I think are highly competitive when we talk about the next level, and I think not to take anything away from the others, I think there's those that are continuing classes as well that I'm talking about up there in terms of champions. And that would be the Red Wing and the Yorkshire and that crossbred, and those three for me just stand out. With the extras, they bring the bells and whistles along with the complete show-wear package. Of those three, there's still one that just outpowers them. He's stout, and still good looking. That Calico's the champion. Congratulations. Hard to get all those pieces put together. Some will say, oh, he's big-eared, he's forward-eared and all that, but you just study what's in that hole, and that one's equally as stout in terms of his skeleton, and he's got such a good rib cage and center body that just looks so natural and easy feeding, and I know it's not popular to have one that'll grow and perform, but he looks like he would. I don't know if he has, and he's still stout and burly like we like him. He's not short-backed, and that's okay. He's not hip or short-lumped as well, and again, I think those are unique pieces to that.
All the time, and those were just two powerhouses of crosses.
Well, and like you were saying at Achievement Day, the crosses, with anything, it's the best of every quality,
As we were sitting there watching the grain show, I got a text from a friend of mine asking how big your pig has to be to show it. Well, every show, the later on in the season that it gets, they're gonna. Pardon me 1 second.
Class 1, Chester Gill. Good class.
Sorry about that. We're back here. We had to verify something. But as I was saying, each show is going to have a weight minimum and a weight limit for each show, and that's a weight that's going to change at each show. The weight maximum is going to increase at every show as these pigs are going to get bigger, and the weight minimum is going to increase at all these shows as these pigs should be getting bigger. Pardon me. So at every show, the exact number is going to be a little different. We're going to get that exact number, which is why you. It's going to increase at every. To chest. We'll get right into the hand. So the first and second place will be champions. I don't know. We did it for our local show. I just want to do it at county, and we were like, yeah, why not? So, Hunter and I like doing it. We don't know shit about the sheep and goat show, so we're up here like, sheep, I guess.
Got the bigger bulls of back when they're probably the stoutest of the group. With that, I just like for it to be freshened up some in a presentation.
Okay, we're back on here. I think that hopefully got our internet issues resolved, but like I said, we're going to try and make sure that doesn't happen again. But a pretty good group of Polands. A pretty good group of Polands out there.
Into the show ring, Nathaniel Duncan, Anna Hamill, Andy Goble, Kendall Field, Bella Hutnagel, Jake Wilkerson.
We're going to be moving on into our spot group here of the gilts. There is 6 head total, or 5 head total, sorry, of the spots coming in here. We have Tyndall Fields and Jake Wilkerson of Cashin that both have spots, and then showing up against Bella Huffnagel from Okarche and Landon Gobble from Okarche and Nathaniel Duncan of Kingfisher. You see Kathleen Hamill walking across the ring with a really nice spot gilt. You like to see her a little taller in her front and kind of even that out. Nathaniel Duncan coming in with another spot gilt. She's a little more evened out on top compared to during the remainder of this this gilt show here we've got going. As we talked about at the beginning, how the females show by birth that you can kind of see a wide variety of sizes coming through here in this class of females. Walking through, you have some that are kind of leaner and more thin, as the ones that are walking down the fence look like, and then you have some that are pretty powerful, like Tyndall Fields is a spot.
Gilts here, and I think we sort of down to 2 bigger rib, big volume gilts that are stout in the feature, pretty good at the ground in terms of just foot size and the way they square up. I think the advantage in terms of height of shoulder and just squareness and the way she uses the hind leg and comes in the young lady's gilt closest to me. She may be the flatter of the two in terms of forehead shape, and I think her dimension is a blend and balance together. She's got just a little more hip dimension, and like I said, just a little square in her hop and her feet and toes. Again, I like the rib shape of the gilt that we've got here in 2. Good extension all the way through, got enough rib and volume. Just to run downhill just a nickel there up front and change that about.
We need Madison Espy, Chloe Goble, Camden Dow, and Jake Wilkerson in Class 2. Need you in the holding pen, please.
Getting into the York classes there was only one in the first class Yorks shown by Ryan Mayo out of Okarche, so they're going to go ahead and bring the second class in of 4 in this next class. Pretty competitive class of Yorkshire. Jake Wilkerson had a York that Hunter and I really liked at the local show there at the beginning. She kind of walks with her head held high, and she's got good muscle definition at the front as she kind of comes at you and keeps her feet pretty wide going across there too.
You know, we're looking at these Yorks, and it's kind of the York is a great mothering.
Maybe not as extreme in the body shape, but we got in that second place here.
You know, he was kind of like the footwork on that hog lot, and anyway, I think that shape of body is what kind of hurt it.
We have two classes of Berkshire gilts coming up. One a very, very large class at the front with 7 gilts coming into it, and then that'll be followed by a singular class of another gilt. There's 3 cashing people in this class of Burks here, of this Burke Gilt. We have Grayson Stewart with a Burke Gilt. We have Derek Shaline of Cashin also, and Cooper Brandt, who are showing Burks. We also have Kinley Taylor of Kingfisher, Madison Epsy of Lomega. So as competitive as the Gilt Show is here at the county show, it's even more competitive at the district show here in about a week and a half. Here, I can't remember what the exact numbers of how many gilts they actually take to the premium sale there. In Enid, out of the entire northwest district of showing, they take 2 females. The Grand and Reserve Grand gilts are the only 2 pigs that they...
And the oldest hog in the ring right now. So, you know, you look at a couple of them real lightweight, you know. They might be turning the feed to that hog, you know, come away, you know, this right after this show, if they haven't already.
So the way that these purebred gilts are going to show is they show by birthday. But when you get into the crosses, since they're not a breed in and of themselves, those individuals show by birth weight, which is why those classes are as large as they usually are. But as far as these purebred gilts go, right now we're into the Burke classes. These Burks, they can weigh whatever they want because they're purebred and they're registered with paper. So that means that they're pure of their breed. Versus when you get into the crosses, it's going to be broken up by weight as the Barrow Show was. Judge has kind of already begun pinning his bottoms of the class here, and I'm kind of curious to see where he's going to go with this. The young man driving a hog right at us is a pretty large female coming out. The young man with 2 whips that you kind of see at bottom of screen left there. The way that hog is walking with her head up really makes her stand out a lot more than some of the other ones in her class. But the judge obviously still kind of going back and forth between a couple individuals there. I imagine he'll pin one more before he goes to the bottom. The judge signaling that the young man who just got a ribbon is going to be his 4th place pig. The young man he just pointed out will be the 3rd place. Getting down to his top 2 here that are along the fence there.
You know, if I'm breaking it down here, looking at these hogs, you know, this hog here, the young man in the plaid, you know, that hog, if he keeps it slow, looks pretty good. But if he lets that hog kind of speed up and get going, I've noticed it kind of loses its back legs a little bit. They start to kick out and they start to get a little wild. You know, this other hog, he's kind of giving the young man in the stripes kind of some issues driving him, but you know, he still did all right. And they're going to go ahead and release them from the ring, bring in our
that breed that only that breed has. They're going to continue on down the line there.
In that second place gilt, I thought that pair was close, and again, I think that gilt was so impeccably built, sound structured. Again, just expand her and spread her a little. I don't think there's much difference in shape and composition. I think the difference lies just in how square and comfortable she is and how much more body shape she has. Second place, Class 1 will be the reserve.
Reserve Grand Champion was going to be Pecos Graham of that Class 1 also. And Grayson Stewart was going to go ahead and take Breed Champion with his Burke Gilt there. We're going to move on into Durocs. There's 1 in the opening class of Durocs here, followed by a class of 9, it looks like.
With those hogs, you know, they start kicking their feet. You know, and I'm kind of curious to see if the judge will kind of stick to his style those more extended hogs that maybe, you know, are a little fresher rather than got that build, and that's definitely one of them. You know, that's a little more extended hog, a little low to the ground. Like I said, with Durocs, for me, that one that Kathleen's driving is I mean, that's hard not to look at, hard not to for that one to not catch your eye.
If you just saw on your screen there, sorry to interrupt, Hunter, but the judge gave a thumbs down to the one that he just pinned there. On this class, with it being a beer class, he's going to pin from the bottom up, which means he's going to place his lowest place pigs into pins, and then he's going to place downward with the remaining ones in the pin. Like you said, Hunter, that hog that Kathleen Hamill there is driving, the judge has been taking some hard looks at her. Just an extremely powerful pig. I think he just pinned in the lower section of the class, the one behind her. So he obviously is a big fan of Kathleen's pig, as he should be. That's a powerful female that comes at you. She walks real good coming forward. She doesn't have a weird gait, and she stays pretty true to her form as she walks across the ring there, keeping her head up. So the judges obviously noticed that and is gonna probably keep her around to the end there.
Yeah, you know, another solid hog in this ring right now is that Duroc that
Deeper in her, and yet gives up some chest width. She's not perfect in her rear leg, but I think good enough in this particular class. The Gilded 2 maybe just a nickel more barrel oriented in terms of just having the extras of chest, floor, and foot as she drives right at you. With that, she wants to maybe toe in just a little bit up front. I think her blade sets, her chine sets a little higher in her blade there, just in terms of natural set. But I think the young lady does a good job of getting her head carriage kind of right there. The body and rib reads really good in that particular gilt again. Skeleton's pretty good. I'd still change her hawk and her just a nickel there as well. But that's two very good gilts. Just a real complete gilt here in 3. No whole kind of gilt that maybe doesn't have the extras in terms of rib shape and build up front. But yet, when you take her to the ground, she may be the most comfortable and the most secure in terms of her foot and ankle. She's a gilt that, change her head carries just a little bit. I think she comes up a bit. She breathes just a little flat up high in comparison to those first two. But real good, high quality gilt there as well. 4, we've got one that comes out here that's kind of the terminal built one in terms of shape and dimension. She's probably the boldest at her blade, the boldest and widest at her hip. With that, it kind of works against her. She tends to be a little quicker in her maturity maybe, and just a little rounder in her shape. Wants to get a little bit wrinkly and pinched there at her hem-on juncture. But another good gilt that's got to be.
We're going to go ahead and win breed champion on the one that was just a hair better, and he's going to go ahead and place down the line for sale order here as far as the Durocs go. So following the Durocs, we're going to move directly into our cross show, which we have 7 classes of crosses moved into this, and each one has at least 6, if not a little bit more. I've seen one on here that had 10 in it, just like this last cross of Durocs. So it's going to be a really competitive cross show coming up here in the next part of it. There we go. We may have some better internet for you right there now. We're going to move directly on into our cross gilts here. As you can tell, which is not unrare, a lot of these cross gilts here are the darker complected ones that are coming into the ring here. We got some very good looking ones. That first one that came into the ring that you're seeing right at the middle of your screen right now, that was a powerful gilt that came in, head held high, was super powerful in her front leg. She kind of stutter stepped back and forth as she walked in, which is something that maybe hurt her a little bit there. I'm not sure if the judge is placing up or down as he starts to come in here, but we still got him filing in. We've got a 7. We've got 7 that are coming into the ring here back and forth that he's going to have to place through.
And 8th, James Jones. We're ready for the second class of crossbred gilts. We have Carter Bivens, Zoe Livestock, Sadie Weaver, Grayson Stewart, Lily Lunsford, Landon Goble, Cooper Cransford, Tucker Williams, and Casey Scott.
So we're back here with some better internet connection. Again, we apologize for that. It's kind of been cutting in. Yeah, the angle that you
shifted to the other side of the ring now.
The angle that you're getting on the screen right now is our second camera, the side camera at the ring. It's kind of what we're seeing as they walk across the ring here. A lot of the side profile from the feet and legs up is versus the camera that's been on the screen.
That's what I was about to say. I looked at it. I was like, hey, you're getting a call. But it wasn't your. I didn't know if it was yours or not.
Okay, we're back, and hopefully we resolve some of our internet issues we've been having trouble with here today. And we're working with the best tools that we have, so we apologize for that. With as many crosses as there were at the Barrow Show, there's that many more here in the Gilt Show. It's going to be the Breed Champion Cross Drive is going to be one of the craziest ones we've seen here at County, just because of how many pigs are here.
There's subtle differences I change each of them in an area or two, and I guess when you talk about putting together a total package and then coming with just a little stouter feature, I land on the gilt that we got in front of me. I think she's a little older in the shape down her back, and with that, I wish she didn't maybe rock quite so much east-west behind, but I think she uses her hock okay, and from this point forward, I think she's just going to have enough stoutness and feature to go on to a heavier wave and maybe compete at maybe a little higher level just in terms of stoutness. Completely comes here in two from a structural standpoint. I probably prefer her just a bit in the rear leg structure and use, and yet not perfect there. I'd lengthen that one and her cannonbone just a little bit and extend her a little. She reads really fresh in her body shape, and again, her feature reads pretty true. She hasn't maybe gotten real massive and square up high in terms of blade shape and just back shape. And I think if that comes and she opens up some there, has enough extension, that's still put together in a very complete build. Coming three here with one that maybe gets out on the corners a little more. One of them just a little wider chested. She's a little rawer in her makeup. Very good look and feature out ahead of her blade. A fairly good foot off both ends. I like her range of motion okay. Wants to pigeon toe and get too flat up front for me in terms of ideal, and then I just lengthen her off a bit as well. We follow her with one that's probably the most extended and comes with as much feature as any of the top four here. Maybe gets a little tighter, more tubular in her total body makeup, and just tighter in the hip structure, and hock doesn't maybe function quite as well, but some good pieces in that one as well.
Winner of this class is Tucker Williams. Second place went to Lily Lunsford. Third is Casey Scott from Tennessee. Fourth place is Zoe Livestock. Fifth, Grayson Stewart from Jackson. Sixth place is...
I want to go ahead and give our judge a big thanks again. You know, he's done a great job, and I may have a different opinion on a couple of things, but for you know, in general, he's done a really good job, and I agree with most of the things he said, if not all the things he said. You know, like I said, his picks might not line up with mine, but he definitely does a good job of explaining exactly why he did that, and you know, you can really tell that he's a great judge and knows exactly what he's talking about. So big thanks for him to being here today, and let's see what how he's gonna pick this next class of crosses. Right out of the gate, he got to go ahead and pin Ryan Ball. That's a pretty good looking cross.
That is a real good looking cross that Ryan's got right there that he chose to pin. And Bella Ball with another pretty competitive calico-looking cross coming out through the ring right there. She's doing a great job keeping his head up.
Let's say you give that thing a tick more. I mean, in the slightest, a tick more gut to that hog, and that's going to be a real competitor for, especially against Ryan Balls. Those hogs are really similar But here again, same barn, you know, so they're obviously going to have probably a similar style to them. That last one came in. I'd have loved to seen her get the head up a little better coming in, but that's a pretty good looking hog too.
And I really think as we get into some of these bigger classes of crosses, the more heavyweights of crosses, you're going to see a lot more muscle detail and a lot more powerful pigs that you just think, wow, right as they come out of the gate, simply because they're going to be on the heavier spectrum. I think the last gilt that we're going to have it here at the cross one weighs 325 compared to the lightest weight one that weighs 177.
Now, also keep in mind too, you know, we said that the gilts are going to show by birth weight. That's not the case with the crosses. You know, a lot of the you know, birth weight, you know, or not birth weight, excuse me, birth date. You know, that's something that you got to have recorded.
Which is something they can only do for the purebred breeds.
Right. You know, it has to be a papered hog to be able to be shown by birth weight. And obviously with the crossbred, it's not a purebred. So they're going to go ahead and show them by weight. So you're going to see a little more similar in size hogs in each class. And anyway, I think he's going to go ahead and he's got his top 4, it looks like, picked out. He's going to go ahead and excuse the rest of the ring.
The way that they the judge kind of excuses the pigs out of the ring, as you get onto the bigger and better shows, for example, Enid here in the next week or so, they have what's called a sift pin, which is a second judge prior to going into the main ring judges the rings, and he picks the best pigs, and the pigs that he doesn't think are good enough, he goes ahead and sends them back to their pens without any ribbons. So which is another incentive to really want to do good at these county shows, which gives you an advantage, you know, trying to go into that district show knowing that you probably aren't going to get, unfortunately, put in that sift pin. But, I mean, anything can happen in a couple of weeks. Like Hunter and I have already talked about, a lot of these gilts we already saw 3 weeks ago at the local show, and some of them look totally different, and some of them look a lot better, and some of them have kind of fallen off in the areas a little bit. So time really can do you some favors or hurt you a little bit in this game. It kind of depends on the way that your pig's going to react to feedings and all the other stuff you have to do in between there. And just the stress alone from being shuffled back and forth to shows and showing all day can start to take a toll on pigs. So it's you really got to figure out when your animal is going to be in its sweetest spot.
Right, and like you just said, in my personal opinion, like I said, my opinion doesn't mean a whole lot, but my personal opinion, you know, I think every hog has probably one week period. You know, that might be a little more specific, but you know, I think they all have a little period of time that hog looks better than it's ever going to look. You know, looks better than it has looked, looks better than it's probably going to look. You know, that's kind of that hog's prime. And, you know, some hogs look that way for a day, some hogs look that way for a week. You know, but I think it's all comes down to timing and you know, you know, obviously they're all better than horse hogs, but when you really get down to it, I think that it's kind of which, sorry, we're kind of competitive around here.
And another thing that it can be kind of a scary thing is if your pig is looking the absolute best it looks right now, I mean, where are you going to go moving forward? And are you going to be able to hold that hog at that best it looks right now, if that's where it is right now?
Right, and that was kind of the deal that I was talking about a little bit at Achievement Day. Those hogs that looked really good at Achievement Day, you know, our little local show.
I think we got 3 up here that push pretty hard and start to do some things that are pretty right. They put the pieces together and then kind of fill the box up with some extras, and I think they're kind of fun to evaluate and look at. And I wouldn't argue a whole bunch if you wanted to swap them around a bit. I just think this painted up gilt is so square and so complete in her build, and good in her forearm, good in her angle. She uses her hip and hock and hind leg. the most correctly, in my opinion, and just sets within her skeleton and then just reaches and pushes. She doesn't maybe just get way out there, and maybe not way out there in terms of rib shape. I think you can do a lot of things maybe with a feed bucket with that one because her skeleton's so good, and just her dimensions and proportions and balance come together to a very high degree. Not to take anything away from the Calico, because I think that one's got some unique pieces as well. Stout blade, stout forearm, good reach, and just comes to the ground square and genuine up front. Maybe wants to toe just a nickel there, but I think certainly within the realm of acceptability. Got a big tail head that sets up high on her rump, and really square. She reads it a little raw to me in her body condition, and if it were me, I think I'd probably try to feed her and freshen her up and fill her center body just a bit more in terms of ideal, but I think that one still pushes. She gets a little quicker in her step behind. The white one's very impressive in the front 2/3 or even 3/4 of her. That one probably gives you as good a look and feature. She drives at you, got a really square blade and unique look in terms of just a feminine but yet stout enough look, and then she just continues to open into a big center rib cage. I like her dimensions out of her hip. I like to square those rear feet and toes, square her hock to the ground. She uses her hock well, and yet maybe if you gas her up a little bit, that comes out, squares up even better, because I think she is high quality. The Calico that comes in 4 maybe starts to run out of structure and integrity compared to the top 3. Just doesn't have the lean raw shape up high. With that, I don't think she's as big at the ground, or does she reach as far off both ends of her skeleton? Good gilt that again starts to maybe come with just a little more struggle behind. Good class, top to bottom.
You know, the judge was talking about how, you know, the winner kind of pulled that off because she had the best structure. You know, I was talking about it earlier. When you're talking gilts, that's what you're looking at, the structure. You know, because like we said, you want to pass your genes along, and you know, say I got a hog. So, you know, that judge I come into the first show of the year, and that judge says, you know, hey, you know, this hog needs a little more rib, you know, a little less in the jowl, a little more here, nickel here, whatever it may be. You know, you can kind of feed some of that into them. Now, when you go to breeding, you can't feed bone into them. You know, you can't feed range of motion into them, and you know, so that's kind of what you got to get back to the basics there when you're kind of picking your sows.
Which the judge will go back and forth on the basics as far as feet and legs and bone structure going into it. But he's also going to look at how good do these pigs look now. What potential do they have as far as if they're fed right, exercised right? You know, what potential do they have? Just looking past feet and bones. On top of having good feet and bones, like where are you going to go from there? What does this gilt bring to the table that she's hopefully going to pass on to her next generation of show pigs? Speaking of next generation of show pigs, for anybody that's watching that wants to get their child or a high school student involved in showing pigs, that'd be something that you could talk to your ag teacher or local county 4-H extension agent for if they're in 4-H, and they get you hooked up as far as all the information you need to know as far as getting involved in the livestock showing portion of FFA and 4-H. Jake Wilkerson of Cashin coming in there with a pretty good looking cross gilt that I remember from Achievement Day a couple of weeks ago, and she looks really solid when she walks with her head up like that, and super smooth gait when she walks away from me on the side. Again, we're going to switch back and forth camera angles here so that you can get the side view as well as the the top view that Hunter and I are getting from the desk here. Judge making some pin selections as he goes on here. Again, if you're just tuning in or have been listening and missed it from the first part of the show, our judge today is Mr. Galen McCoon out of Moreland, Oklahoma, who's a former ag teacher at Buffalo, Woodward, and Merritt. He now works at Bank of Western Oklahoma as a compliance officer, and he has judged livestock competitions all over the United States, and so we're extremely thankful for him, as well as thankful for the live stream we brought today to free, and thanks to Chris Cochran and Chris Gibson out of Legacy Insurance and Financial Planning out in Cashin. They're here for all of your insurance and financial planning needs, so go up and see them there on Main Street in an office that they just finished having built there. It looks great last time I drove by it, so huge thank you to Chris and Chris Cochran for sponsoring the Squirtle TV here and sponsoring this live stream to be able to come to the pig shows for everybody that wasn't able to make it today or just wanted to view it from home.
And you're talking about that Legacy Insurance. I'll tell you, Chris Cochran, he's been in insurance I don't know how long, and I promise you he'll really help you out, get you set up with the right insurance and what you need and everything. So don't hesitate. Phone call won't hurt. Go ahead and give them guys a call. I promise you they'll set you up with a good policy and everything, and I promise you won't regret giving them a call and checking into it anyway.
Coming into the final placings here as the class as he starts letting the rest of these pigs out of the ring. Again, a really solid competitive group of gilts that we're going to keep seeing, and I think it's just going to get more competitive as the weight classes get bigger. Like I said, the heaviest pig that's on paper here for the cross class is out of Bella Ball out of Cashin, with a pig that's papered weight right now is at 325 pounds versus the lightest cross gilt that we had that was at 177 pounds. The winner out of that class 1 that'll eventually have to compete in the Grand Drive only weighs 193 pounds. So hypothetically, if the 300-pounder pig wins, you're going to have a pig with over 100 pounds of difference just between their weights. So it's extremely crazy to see the wide variety of weights and sizes and the different things you can do with some of these pigs. And like I said, as we get into the heavier weight class, you're going to see a lot more muscle definition and a lot more feet and bone maturity as far as some of the things you're going to be able to pick out.
Another good class. We keep a trio of them in here. I think the most correct from a skeletal standpoint, certainly rear leg and arm, rear foot structure comes in the young lady's belt and gilt here. Well, they're really tall-shouldered, long down her top, and ties together a good strong top and a square hip, square to the ground. I think she's got enough bone and feature. I'd like to give her just a shot more rib and center body to balance her up, but I think the pieces are starting to come together there. She'll continue to flash and come with a little softer kind of look there. I think that gilt has got some future to her. The gilt is maybe a little stouter in forearm and feature.
Again, we're going to move on pretty quickly into this next class here across. These are going to be some of your more heavyweight ones. We've got Kendra Bryant coming in. Kendra Bryant coming in with her pretty wide-bodied cross there. This, I believe, is class 5 coming into the ring here. These are going to be pigs ranging from 258 to 272 pounds, so kind of a wide variety there. Sadie Weaver, another one coming in here from the ring. Boy, Kendra Bryant does a good job of keeping the head up on that one gilt there.
Yeah, she does, and Kendra's one that I know for sure has been really sorry, as I got kind of
Kathleen Hamel, another one coming into the ring here. But I mean, as we were kind of talking about, Kendra Bryant does a really good job of keeping the head up on her gilt. If she can kind of slow her down when she starts to get that trot going a little bit, I think she'll make a pretty good impression on her.
You know, I'll tell you this first hog. I didn't get to talk about it real quick because she wasn't very in the ring very long. But this first hog that this judge just pinned, that's a solid looking hog, man. That thing almost looks sow-like right now. You know, there's a lot of good looking gilts in here. I'll tell you what, I like Tyndall's a lot, and I think he's going to go ahead and pin her.
Yep, he's going to go ahead and pin Tyndall Fields' cross coming out there. Like I said, these cross classes are getting bigger as we come on into it. So this one's going to have a lot of pigs in it, and the judge is probably going to either place up top to bottom or bottom to top, depending on what pigs he's going to pin. I imagine he's going to dismiss the lower class ones.
I hate to interrupt you, but I think he's just going to pin his top 4 here again. I'm just going based off what's in the pins over here. I can't see any one of them hogs being in the bottom.
We're going to look real dumb if we think the 4 best pigs in the pins right now we get sent out immediately.
Well, you know, here again, that's my opinion. You know, I'm sticking to it.
But no, I think you're right. I think he's going to pin probably his top 4 or 5 and then dismiss the others from the ring. Judging by the smile on Kendra Bryant's face, I think that she's excited to be pinned. So that kind of backs up the theory that we're rolling with here, that he's going to pin his top 4 or 5 and then dismiss the others from the ring. One of the things I just noticed there, as Kathleen Hamill gets dismissed from the ring, I think one of the things that probably hurt her right there is as the judge was kind of getting that final look, her hog kind of took off across the ring, which really kind of screws up the way that the judge gets a side profile on it.
Yeah, and as we were talking earlier, you know, I've kind of noticed the faster a pig likes, you know, the faster a pig tends to move, it kind of starts to get out of control a little bit. You know, his legs start to jump out of his frame, and you know, they're not putting their feet down in the exact same spot that they were. And when I say that, I mean, you know, pigs aren't exactly made to move fast. but I think the best thing you can do is keep a slow, gradual pace. When I say gradual, you know, if your hog's stopping a lot, it's not going to look very good either. It's going to stop, punch that back up. So, you know, you want to keep moving for sure, but at the same time, you don't want to move too fast. We're going to go ahead and bring one in from the back gate back there. Maybe a little late getting to the ring. I'm not real sure. I think they're going to go ahead and excuse everybody from the ring. I may be wrong here, but
I think that was one of the pigs that we were kind of hearing having trouble. The showmen were trying to have trouble getting it to the show ring here.
Yeah, and you kind of hate to see that because it was like as soon as she got in the ring, you know, it was automatically, you know. But then again, it wasn't here for the show, so you're going to kind of judge that accordingly.
They're going to go ahead and weigh Tyndall Fields' cross that they're bringing out into the ring, I believe, as she tries to get there. Kendra Bryant still pinned in. I believe, how many, is there only 3 left in the ring right now?
Yeah, I think we're down to the top 3.
Yep, he's going to have Tyndall Fields and Kendra Bryant, and unfortunately I don't know the other young lady's name who just got out of the weight scale, but those look like to be his top 3, and you really can't blame him as far as when you look at these 3 that are coming out.
And I'll tell you that one, the girl over there by the out gate, I like that hog a lot. That's a solid gilt, excuse me. You know, she's got the bone, she's got the leg all the way down to the ground. She's got a good range of motion.
Super structure as far as her top line goes across her back there.
You know, I'll tell you throw a little bigger head on that thing, and man, that's a good looking hog. But you know, I'm not gonna sit here and judge a hog off its head. I think that's unfair. You know, you might complain about the neck a little bit, but not that hog anyway. But you know, like I said, the head, that's just trying to find something wrong with it. You know, and if I'm gonna have to pick it, I'm gonna have to pick that one on top. I think I do like Kendra's a lot.
I do like Kendra's a lot. She's gonna go ahead and place Kendra third in that class. He's gonna come down to these last 2 here, which super. Gonna go ahead and do Tyndall Fields second, yep. Kendra Bryant third, and the young lady whose name I don't have directly in front of me, she's gonna go ahead and be first.
Good trio of gilts here in this particular class, and lead off with the big volume gilt here, the stout and the feature. still square at the ground and uses her skeleton to a little higher degree. She's a little bit short up front for me, but I think rib back, that one still has a good body shape. It still comes with some muscularity and pretty good kind of design use for hip and hock. The gilt and two there, maybe not quite as good in terms of features as study her up front, maybe not as square hock to the ground, and yet one that probably reads a little neater in her neck and the way she comes out of her blade. I like to strengthen her forepasterns, equally as stout in the center body. Dimensions just change her at the ground in terms of her structure. The more extended gilt comes here in 3. This gives you the best look up front, just in terms of extension and cleanness and neatness. Got a good shape up high. Give her a little rounder turn to her forerib. I like to square those rear feet up and just set her hock in, square her to the ground there, and then we could kind of consider her. She's probably not as bold in her center body, and yet one that gives us a little more extended kind of look.
Congratulations to all of those guys. For sure, we're going to move into our 6th class of crosses, which has one Cashin person in it, Kendra Bryan again. As well as McKenna Chickering, who I think is going to be the first one entering the ring here.
Second place was Nintendo Fields. Third was Kendra Bryant. Fourth place was Landry.
This is going to be another pretty large and competitive class of crosses coming in the ring here. I've always thought myself, Hunter, that these pigs with the darker complected skin right there, it's like those two black hogs that walk in. It's a little easier to make them shine up a little bit when you come to the ring versus those white hogs. It's that first black pig that walked into the ring, it was shining pretty good coming in there just from them being sprayed down and everything. And I kind of think that gives it some shine and advantage and some contour to it as it walks underneath these show lights here. Kendra Bryant back in with another really solid gilt walking through here right now. She's super wide in her hips and kind of keeps her true to her form. Is on the lower half. She kind of kicks in a little bit just from what I can see walking away.
I'm sorry to interrupt you, but that I believe that's Braden Burns. I'm not sure. I'm not even looking at the paper. Yeah, that's Braden Burns. He just came in with that solid black hog. That's another one of them hogs that, that thing came out, caught my eye. I like that hog a lot. I mean, that thing is a beast. Sorry, I'm kind of getting out of my own head here. That hog kind of took me off guard. That's a good looking hog in my opinion, and
I think he's going to go ahead and pin him too.
They're going to go ahead and pin him. Yep, I like that hog a lot. But anyway, sorry to interrupt you, Drew.
No, you're fine. I think I was done anyway. I still think Kendra Bryant's still got a pretty good one here. There's another solid black one all the way at the other side of the ring that's pretty good as well. I think he's going to pin Bella Chickering's or McKenna Chickering's solid white hog, which is the first one into the ring there. That hog, in terms of thickness, is extremely thick compared to some of the other ones in the ring right now. You can just look at her front legs, and they're huge.
Yeah, this I'll tell you what too. Another hog I'm not counting out is this one here with the little bit of a belt and the white front socks there. It's kind of going away from the camera out of frame there, but that's a good looking hog. And this hog here, and the young man in the 4-H collared 4-H shirt here, that's a good looking hog too, in my opinion. Yeah, they're gonna go ahead and pin that belted hog I was talking about just a second ago. You know, that's a good looking hog. I like that hog a lot. I'm really happy with the hogs that are pinned. I'm not gonna lie, those are all pretty solid hogs. That's kind of a tough class, but we're gonna start bringing in these pinned hogs, getting them weighed, make sure they're not overweight or underweight. But like I said, so far I'm really happy with the
What did you
quality of stock we've got today.
Just to pick your brain on curiosity here, what did you not like about Kendra Bryant's pick that just exited the ring? I was kind of surprised it placed as low as it did, exiting the ring there. I wasn't surprised by the ones that he's picked to be his top 4, but I was kind of surprised hers didn't make it into at least the top 5 cut.
Well, man, for me, to be honest with you, just my excuse for not talking a whole lot on it was, just compared to the other hogs in the class, it just didn't really quite shine.
Just a little generic.
I'm not saying it was a bad hog, but it was just kind of the hog that, I don't know if anybody caught it or not, but I'll tell you, as soon as that hog that Braden Burns was driving came into the ring. I was going to say that other camera's about dead.
Oh, and like you said, not to say any of the hogs were bad hogs. It was just that compared to his top 4 that he's got here coming out of the ring,
right? But
it's hard to stand out against him, especially
right,
that
like
black
said,
hog
man,
that you're talking about.
That black hog came in the ring, and it about took my breath. I mean, I interrupted you and everything. Wasn't even paying attention to what was going on. That hog, I love that hog. That's my style of hog. Now the judge might totally hate it. I doubt he will, because that's a pretty solid hog. But like I said, those last hogs, I can normally find 3 or 4 bad hogs that I don't like in the class. I'm not gonna go ahead and put that to light. Tell whose hogs I don't like. But
after he gets done placing these last 4 here, this next class coming up next after this only has 3, and they're all heavyweights. The ultra heavyweight class of the Gilt's Bella Ball out of Cashin is going to be showing one that weighs 325 pounds. The lightest one in that class weighs 303 pounds. I mean, those are going to be some pretty heavyweight hogs coming in. Boy, that Braden Burns walking that solid black hog there, he really does a good job keeping its head up, keeping it on the move the whole time, not stopping, stuttering it, and everything else.
And I'll tell you what, man, I think, to be honest with you, I'm gonna take these top 3. I'm gonna take that solid black. I'm gonna take that belted hog that's got the big belt. I'm gonna take this white hog that McKenna Chickering's driving. I'm not gonna put in any kind of order, but
that solid black hog's going to go ahead and win the class there.
And that doesn't surprise me at all, man. That's a solid hog.
7 in the class here, and all 7 were really well presented and high-quality individuals. Sort down to the top 4 that kind of start to put the pieces together. And of those 4, I think we got one that's the outlier of the group, and she's kind of got an attitude about her. But you talk about one that's stout in her feature and just dense in her look. She's not the most robust. She's certainly not the fattest, just in terms of her condition. But I think when you just break her down and study the skeleton, she's the most genuine in her blade. She's the most genuine in the center turn to her rib, and you get into her hip. She's so square down into her hock, and uses her hock and hind leg as correctly as any in the drive. You could fluff her up and give her more body shape, and that's where she's just going to continue to get better. And that's where the Gilton 2's got an advantage, is just sheer body mass and dimension there as you study her. She's got a huge rib cage in her, a huge center, naturally looks like that belongs to her. I think her bone work, she started out running just a little bit with that extras in terms of body shape. Still got enough look. She's certainly fat enough, at least for my liking. When I get right up over her blade, she starts to turn a little round there. Couldn't use her hind leg with as much comfort as that gilt that leads off. She's not as extended, if you like. I'm just a little more moderate. You may say she's the best. That's okay, because I think they're high quality individuals. 3 and 4 are very high quality as well. The white gilt has some unique pieces in terms of just stoutness and looseness of skeleton. She's got probably naturally as big a blade and big a hip working in her as any. She's got so much mass to her. She's starting to set down a little more in her pastures on both ends, maybe than ideal. I think she still stays fairly comfortable to toe in just a little bit. Maybe reach just a nickel flatter at the base of her chest there. But again, that's a high quality gilt that young lady does an awesome job with. Another real balanced one comes here in 4. I felt like she was probably the more refined one of the group. No big holes in her, just make her more of her. just in terms of just foot size, bone, forearm, give her a little more hip dimension as well, but still a good pig, and there's several behind her with quality as well.
Definitely extremely excited to see that solid black hog come back out for the breed drive here that's going to conclude after this class of 4 coming in. We've got Bella Ball out of Cashin, Tucker Williams, Kingfisher, Nathaniel Duncan, Kingfisher, and Braden Burns, Kingfisher. Braden Burns just exited the ring with that solid black pig, so I'm curious to see what he's going to follow that up with.
Fourth place was Haley Turner from Kingfisher. Fifth, Kendra Bryant from Cashin. Sixth, Nathaniel Duncan from Kingfisher. Seventh, Hunter Barrett.
I'll tell you right now that this hog that Bella Ball just drove into the ring that's a stout hog. All these are stout hogs, but in my opinion, I like that hog out of what I've seen so far, just off of first impressions. They're kind of starting to look. A lot of these hogs are kind of similar in build. You know, they're
He's going to go ahead and weigh Bella Ball's pig right there, so I'm not sure if he's going to pin her right afterwards, but he immediately told her to go to the go to the weight scales.
Yeah, and I don't blame him there. You know, make sure that you know that's a stout hog. Like I said, you go ahead and make sure that one's in the right weight class there. I'll tell you what, Braden Burns is back in here with a belted hog now. He's the one that just had that solid black hog that won the last class. You know, he has some pretty solid hogs coming out of their barn. I'll tell you, this cross gilt he's driving now, that's a pretty solid gilt too.
Really good solid class of female pigs here.
Yeah, you know, and
these last couple gilt classes has been super competitive.
And like we were talking about earlier, you don't want a breeder hog that's you know frail in the hips and frail in the rib, and these heavier framed hogs are, you know, they're not going to have any trouble putting weight, and that's why we're here, you know. Excuse me, but
bring them up and get them in the fence for us, please.
I think we're about a couple seconds away from the judge kind of making his last calls here. You can kind of see the judge talking to one of the showmen right now. He's probably going to tell, just from what I can tell from what he's looking at, he's talking about how good his hog was on what he could probably do different going into the future, which is not uncommon for judges to do, especially in a class as competitive as this, right before we go into the breed drive.
Yeah, you know, and I'll tell you, as an exhibitor, that's huge, you know, because you're out here you're getting judged, you know. You're here to get critiqued, and you know, that's kind of disappointing whenever you go in the ring, you get sifted, you don't get to hear what you need to work on with your hog. You know, that's kind of disappointing. But anyway, we're going to cut over to the judge real quick.
The young man's guilt in the center, and a just really good skeleton one that uses her hip hock and hind leg a little better than the gilded two, the one that is elevated up front, got enough rib shape, enough mass and dimension, probably enough muscularity, just not a big hole in her. I'd give her a little more feature in terms of just her jawline, and maybe right at the ground at this weight. You start to stouten her up a little in terms of foot size. We got one in here that's an outlier in that regard. The young lady's gilded too is probably stouter featured. I like her blade size and her forearm. She's got compared to the ground. She's got big, even, square toes. Just doesn't use her hock as correctly. If I can redesign the way her hock works and reach and pull and push there just more correctly, I think that girl could get up in there where she's got some extras in terms of just flare and dimension up high in the skeleton. Got a great big hip working there. I told the young man there in 3, don't give up. That's a pretty unique creature there that just needs to be fresher simply, and can't put it any more honestly than that. She just needs flesh. She needs a little bit of zip up high. The ground, that one's pretty big-footed. Don't see many of them with that natural a foot. They got to set down too deep in the pasture off both ends. She needs to have some body to her. I think the pieces are there. Just got to get them refined, and then that's a really good show gilt as well. The big-bodied, big-rib gilt that goes forward here just simply needs to be sounder out of her rear hock. Front 2/3 reads pretty good in terms of quality.
That's going to wrap up our our cross classes right there, but we're about to get back into the breed drive. I imagine you're probably pretty excited, Hunter, to see that solid black pig of Braden Burns come back into the ring here.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to this solid black hog coming in for this grand or the cross drive.
I believe there's 1, 2, 3.
Kingfisher, class 2 is Tucker Williams. Class 3 is
We had 7 classes of gilts here in the cross drive, and this cross drive is going to determine the breed champion here out of the cross class, which whatever individual he picks is going to go on for the breed drive, and we're going to obviously have a very competitive breed drive. And we're going to switch back on over to the ring camera here so you can see these hogs walking in.
Yeah, I was going to hit on real quick too that last class. That judge, he said, that we talked about how he pulled that third place hog to or exhibitor to the side, and he said, that's a out of this world hog. It's just that, it needs a little definition, a little more shape to it. But down in the bone of that hog, that thing is probably, it had probably 4 or 5 inches, around in that bottom of that foot. And that's what you look for in a breeder. And I'll tell you what, if I was still breeding hogs, I'd go up to that young man right now and probably shoot him a price and say, hey, when you're done showing this hog, give me a call because I want him.
Oh, absolutely. Which I've seen that happen here, even at the county show, a couple of times. People that are wanting to continue breeding operations might not want to wait until the end of show season to get an offer in on a pig like that, or even take it home that day.
Right, and I think it's kind of early to buy right now, but I would right now on that hog. I like that hog a lot. Might not have won the class, but or even got second in the class. But like he said, that's really rare when you see that much bone in a hog like that, and it's just natural. And that's awesome though for him. That's really that's a real.
And it's not uncommon to see these breeders and people that buy these gilts right out of the shows. It's not uncommon for them to travel to multiple shows and follow. They come to this show and they say, I like X number of hog right here, and they might follow that pig around to all the shows and kind of see how it does and keep track of its record and kind of the awards that it's able to win. Oh yeah, and I'll tell you right now too, I thought it was kind of funny. Braden Burns, he's got 2 hogs in this drive for the crosses, and he's got somebody else driving that solid black hog that I really liked in that last class, or the second to last class there. But I think it's kind of funny because I think that shows that he's pretty confident in that hog going ahead and winning, and then he's going to get to come in back in with that second place hog and
individuals and not necessarily even the class winners, but scattered through there when you hit the right breaks. And we still got a month or just over a month of that ORA Guild Show. A lot of things can change from here forward in terms of feeding programs and just the things that come with it. So keep your head down, keep working, and you may even find a judge that likes them a bunch better than me, and that's great. That's what we do it for, is to go out and try to be successful and try to get better. So let's just say that we've got a great set here. I think as we get them out here, for me it's kind of a 3-horse race, and I guess when I bring them back together, it really isn't, because there's one that just allows me terms of bone and blade and forearm, and then just the way they use their skeleton to get out. At times I like for them to maybe just get out and roll a tick faster, but when you study the design of the hawk, design to the rear foot, the toe spread, and still really just genuine in their shape and just the way they're made, from the blade knee to the ground, and from the top of the pin set to the hawk to the ground. That painted one's my favorite. Congratulations.
Well, I'll tell you, I was wrong. I'll eat crow on that one. I'm super happy for Ryan Ball, because that was a solid hog and it deserves it every bit. But you know, I thought that black hog was going to pull it out. Good for Ryan though. You know, I can't wait to see that hog in the Grand Drive.
Absolutely. And talking to her grandpa, Wade Chickering, before the show even started, he had kind of been talking to us about the stuff that they did in the summer and around the Italian Achievement Day. Of course, that they weren't there because they were at another jackpot show, but he had kind of been talking about the success of that hog that just won the breed champion here out of the cross group had in shows prior to this. So, I mean, it's really not a huge shock that that pig did as well as it did. I'm kind of curious to see where he goes with his second place.
Well, you know, to be honest with you, I'm hoping that it's that black hog. I also like the other hog that Braden Burns brought to the table, but that black gilt, man, that's a solid hog in my opinion. I'll tell you what, I think that hog and that you know, I hate to say it because it didn't, you know, it didn't even win its breed, but that black hog there and that calico cross barrow, those are probably my two favorite in the barn today. If I was making picks, but you know, I'm not. Luckily for everyone else, I'm not making picks. But anyway, we'll go ahead and cut to the judge and see what he has to say here.
Behind her, that was a great pair in class, and I think she just pushed her into contention as well. Maybe not as round in her body shape, but I think that can come with feed bucket as well, because she was stout and dense, just in her skeleton, so square, had a thin set. But I think she's certainly a contender. Another one that I think struck me as just having some extras in terms of features. She's a knothead to show, but and I don't always love black ones, I have to admit it. I still like that one pretty well. She's going to be the reserve at whatever costs.
Oh,
there we go.
There's your black pig coming in.
A little justice for that black hog. No, I'm just kidding. That is a solid hog, and that hog ahead of it was a solid hog.
So coming back in here, coming up to the Grand Drive, so we're obviously going to have Ryan Ball come in with her cross. He just won out of that. And then out of the Burke Gilts, we're going to have Grayson Stewart also from Cashin with the breed champion Burke. After that, we're going to get Kathleen Hamill with her breed champion Duroc, as well as Jackson Bailey also from Cashin with a Hamp Gilt for that class, and Allison Scamahorn for a breed champion Chester Gilt coming in. That was at the very beginning. Jackson Bailey also going to have his Hereford Gilt in the Grand Drive, so someone's going to have to show him for that. I believe that Devin Dietrich won the Poland one, and then Tyndall Fields out of Cashin is going to have the Spot Gilt for that show, and then the Yorks, we're going to get Jake Wilkerson with his York in. So the Cashin crew did very well as far as the breeds go.
Right, and Cashin's got a pretty broad spectrum when it comes to different breeds and being pretty diverse in their barn. But you know, and not to take away from any of the other schools, because you know there are schools that may have done better and may have done just as good. But just being from Cashin, I know more people from Cashin, and I recognize faces. So it makes it a little easier to announce for them. But I will say, for all the other exhibitors from the other schools, they've done a great job. And
fantastic job.
And I'm sure that everybody's happy with pretty happy with how today's gone.
Although getting to be from Cashion, you can't blame us for bragging a little bit. That just shows how much work these students and the ag teachers and the parents even get to put into the program there to have almost every breed represented by somebody from Cashion, which is pretty awesome. And not to say that any of the other contestants did poorly or anything else like that. It's super exciting to see that much success come out of one barn and one FFA chapter and 4-H group right there.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, from when I first started as an 8th grader at Cashion to now, it's amazing the amount of growth in that ag department and amount of growth in their livestock program. They're actually building a new barn out there at Cashion. I think they just got their greenhouse up. So, like I said, I've said it before and I'll say it again, things are looking good around Cashion.
Yeah, a lot of successful things going on out there. The judge right now is cutting, doing his cull for the sale order on the rest of those crosses, and they're going to go ahead and bring the breed champions back up into the ring. This cross sale order may take a little bit longer, considering there was 7 classes of crosses. Sometimes it takes a little bit longer for them to do their sale order and go down on through the line. But then after that, they're going to bring in all of our breed champion gilts back into the show ring. Pardon me. Following the grand drive there, we're going to have the showmanship competitions, and here at the county show they do junior, which is 4-H, intermediate, which is sophomores and a freshman, and then senior showmanship. And then after a winner is picked in those 3 categories, they go ahead and move into just overall showmanship categories, which is they take the winners out of the junior, intermediate, and senior showmanship group, and they all go against each other.
And I believe, I may be wrong, I believe that the winner that'll get to go on the show in showmanship district, and the winner of district will get to go into Hawaii, or maybe they get to go straight to Hawaii. I can't really remember exactly how it's set up.
I think you may be right.
But they will get to go on and showing some showmanship competitions later down the line for a little money, hopefully.
Which is a huge honor in and of itself, because it doesn't necessarily determine the skill of your pig that you have, or maybe the genetics that you maybe didn't do as well as you wanted to, but it really shows the temperament and how much work as a student and an exhibitor that you're going to put into your animals. So it's always nice to see students who put in the work, know their animals, and are excellent showmen be rewarded for that, even though they're pigs that sometimes maybe didn't shine as bright as they thought that they would.
Right, and like you said, it's more on the exhibitor, and it kind of levels the playing field. When it comes to buying hogs, yes, you can kind of buy your way. You can kind of buy a little nicer hog, when you got a little more money to afford it. But let me tell you, whenever you get to showmanship, it doesn't matter what kind of hog you're driving. You can go in there with a cat. If you drive it's better, and if it presents better than anybody else,
Absolutely. You're
going to win. And it all comes down to being knowledgeable about your livestock project, and knowing what you're doing and present your hog good. So, like I said, I love showmanship. That's probably my favorite part of the show, and especially when the judge gets to have a little fun. And I remember one year, I think they had the senior showmanship do a lap around the barn,
and the last one back
I think got sifted. So it's kind of cool to see.
And it's not just how they drive their pigs, how they show their pigs. I've seen judges make all of the students go pin their own pigs in the holding pen that are to our right here, and then he'll go to every individual pen, ask what feed that pig is on, why they're feeding that feed, what they would change about their hog, and their exercise regimen and that kind of thing. So It's really about like the knowledge that you have of your pig and the effort that you're putting into it.
And like you said on the questions too, I've had them ask anything from what do you feed this hog and how much is it exercise to who bred this hog and what cut of meat is this,
ear notch numbers.
It isn't just about the show ring and in the show barn. And I think, in my personal opinion, that the first step to being a good showman starts at the barn. I think hair care is probably one of the easiest things you can do on a hog. It's very minimal effort to have a hog's hair that comes out and lays down. Skin's moisturized. It's not flaking up. Now, if you have a hog come out with some spiky hair, won't lay down, whatever it may be, I, in my personal opinion, I'm going to probably set that one a little lower because that just goes to show. I think we brush our hogs probably twice a day, 3 times a day, just to get that hair to lay down. And it also makes it easy come clipping season.
Exactly, and you make that relationship with the animal you have much easier to handle. We haven't had any pigs really get away from the showman out here, which just shows the effort and the work they're putting into it. For those of you either just tuning in or confused on why the camera's still on Hunter and I when you can hear pigs in the background, they've already determined the winner of the cross breed champion and reserve champion. They're just doing sale order, which is pigs we've already seen, and they're deciding where they're going to get placed in the premium sale. As soon as they get done with this and fill their order as far as the premium sale goes and the amount of kids that are going to be there, they'll go ahead and bring all of the breed champions back up here and get into the grand drive for the gilts. And the grand drive for the gilts for me is always super awesome because it's what the judge is looking at as far as the best genetics go of the gilt in the barn. Out of all the gilts in the barn, which gilt has the best genetics that's really something to see as far as the way that she's built in the barn.
Yeah, and I will say, me and you both had that opportunity in high school to breed a couple, and I'll say that was a blast, and I really enjoyed that, and because of that, I find myself constantly breaking down a pig on what I think its next litter would look like and what boar I'd cross it with. I find myself doing that almost unconsciously, and. But anyway, that's kind of why I've always enjoyed the gilt shows because I like to look for the breeders. I could tell you which hog looks best to eat, but I think it's more of a I don't know how to say it. I guess it takes a real eye to be able to tell, hey, this hog's going to produce some really good,
to really be able to look at the
offspring.
genetics
And I'm not saying
of
that I have
pig.
that skill. I'm just saying that it does take a skill, and it is a skill. I'll tell you who could probably tell you more about that would be Johnny Butler and Lane Broadbent, but anyway, I think we're going to kind of slowly wrap up this sale order show here and hopefully get on into the grand drive.
While the camera's still on, you've noticed both of us have turned off the screen and coughed a couple times. It's not from anything COVID related or anything like that. We've just been sitting in this dusty barn for a couple days now, and it's kind of starting to get to us as we sit here and have 30 pigs walk by us every other minute. So, they still keep bringing them in. I imagine that they're going to have quite a few on this sale order that they're going to try and get filled.
Yeah, I thought we were going to wrap it up here, but I believe they're still taking some in the sale here. And not all these hogs that get picked are going to go to the sale. Or I should say exhibitors, because these hogs aren't getting actually sold. It's more of a sponsorship, but excuse me.
Weaver, 5th place.
But they show these. But there may be other exhibitors that have maybe have a sheep or a heifer or steer in the sale already. So if they make it with their hog, they might want to take their steer. Might make a little more money with their steer. But I will say, and if someone opts to do that, then their pig gets taken out of the order, and the next one in line gets to go to the sale. So, like I said, we're going to continue to pick our sale order and eventually get on into the grand drive.
Case and Scott, class 2. First place, class 2, Case and Scott.
Cooper transferred. Cooper transferred 6th place in Class 2.
Again, right now, those of you guys still watching, we're finishing up the sale order for this, for the crossbred section of this, and as soon as they get done filling that sale order, which it shouldn't be too long, they're going to move right on into the Grand Champion Drive, which they're going to bring all of the breed champions back. And those breed champions were Allison Skamahorn with a Chester Gilt, Jackson Bailey Casey with a Hamp Gilt, Jackson Bailey Casey again with a Hereford Gilt, Devin Dietrich with a Poland Gilt, Tyndall Fields of Cashin with a Spot Gilt, Jake Wilkerson with a York Gilt, Grayson Stewart with a Breed Champion Burke, and Kathleen Hamill with a Breed Champion Duroc, and then Bella Ball out of Cashin with the Breed Champion. The Breed Champion Cross. So we'll get to see all those back again, and probably the reserve breeds out of at least one of those classes after he goes ahead and picks his grand. A lot of Cashin people in the Grand Champion Drive, which is always nice to see. So it's gonna be exciting to see all those pigs go up against each other right there. While the judge is wrapping up, for anybody that missed it, the judge today is Mr. Galen McCoon out of Moreland, Oklahoma. He was an ag teacher at Buffalo, Woodward, and Merritt. He's now a compliance officer at the Western Bank of Oklahoma. He's judged these kind of shows all over the United States. It's something that he loves to do, and he was good friends with some of the people on the commission here that kind of helped set this thing up. Also, the live stream today is brought to you free of charge by Legacy Insurance and Financial Services in Cashin. Chris Gibson and Chris Cochran are always there for your insurance and financial planning needs. They just finished building a new office right there on Main Street of Cashin, so I know they'd love for whoever was interested in checking out some new policies for financial planning to come by and see them anytime. Chris Cochran and Chris Gibson are both great guys who have been in the community for a while, and just really love to be involved, whether it's sports or academics or like you've seen today from the FFA stuff. So we really want to thank them for all that they've done and being able to get this stream to everybody out there who either couldn't make it or just wanted to be somewhere not as dusty and be able to watch the show and watch these kids succeed out here.
It's done.
I believe they just finished up wrapping up the sale order. I hope so, at least for the cross class. So we should be getting into the Grand Champion Drive here any minute. For those that don't understand how the premium sale works, it's not actually a sale where these animals get sold to people. It's more of a sponsorship to where these students and these exhibitors can go out and get people to sponsor them money at what used to be the premium sale auction. Obviously, it's going to be different this year because of the COVID, but prior to this, individuals, they would go and ask individuals to contribute money at the premium sale auction. These students would then get some reward for a lot of their hard work they do from their booster clubs, parents, and businesses from around the community. So I believe this year they just have to go out and find their sponsor and that be it, and not have an auction, which is a shame. But being the uncertain times and the circumstances that we're dealing with, that kind of is the hand that we're dealt there. Still got a few pigs being brought back into the ring. We're getting down to the nitty-gritty here, so it shouldn't be too long.
And I'll say that cross sale order show there, that kind of turned into a cross, or that it kind of turned the show into a cross show real quick, man. All I was seeing was crosses everywhere, which goes to show how many we got in the show. You know, I mean, 7 classes, and every one of them probably had 3 or at least 4 in each class. That's a lot of crosses to sort through. Which
behind me here, I'm seeing that Chester White gilt and that York gilt, as well as that Poland gilt lining up behind us here. So they're getting ready to come into the ring as soon as they get these guys out of the ring here.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, I hope that I like that gilt that Ryan Ball's bringing in, that cross that she won the cross division with. And I really want to see it win, you know. And I also like to see that Black Hog do it, which you know, I kind of like to see another breed pull it off with the Bear Show going the way it does and picking both the crosses. But that's kind of the way it goes sometimes. They normally end up picking the crosses.
Jake Wilkerson's got a really good York that I'm excited to see come back into the ring there.
Yeah, and I'll tell you what, too, that Duroc. I like that Duroc a lot. I'm ready to see what that Duroc will do. And I'll tell you what, I'd be happy with either way it goes if it comes down between the York. In my opinion, this is just going off memory. I may change my mind when I get in the ring, but in my opinion, off memory, I'm going to say that I like the Duroc, I like the Cross, and I like the York. I can't really remember the other hogs, you know, very good, but those 3 are definitely ones that stuck in my head.
Just off the top of my head, I'll remember pretty quick when I get him here in front of me. But Grayson Stewart's Burke that he got breed with was also a pretty good hog coming there, and like you said, that Duroc class was a really competitive breed right there, and I believe that's Kathleen Hamel. Yeah, that's Kathleen Hamel coming in with that Duroc champion. Yeah, I'm seeing the different breeds behind us starting to line up outside the holding pen.
Yeah, I forgot about that Burke that Grayson had. That was a pretty solid Burke. Never been a fan of Burks. I had one Burke, and I'll tell you, it had a temper and did not like me, and I did not like him. But that's kind of how I feel about Burks. But it was a good-looking hog, regardless, and I'll be excited to get him going here.
I never showed when we did it. I never showed a Poland, and I never showed a Burke. I think I had just about everything. Well, a Hereford. I never had a Hereford.
Well, I back when we were showing, I believe it. You probably got lapped out of the barn if you rolled up with a Hereford, but now they're like we said earlier, they're making kind of a run at popularity here, and
we maybe should have gotten into the Herefords. We'd have been smart about it. We could have had us a couple of breed champions out of the deal.
Yeah. Well, I guess we're still going to do a sale order here.
Somehow, and it's beyond me, we're still doing a sale order for these cross pigs, so we have to be getting down to the nitty-gritty here at this point.
Well, I think we've ran every cross through here twice now.
I think I've seen Nathaniel come in here a couple of times.
But like you said earlier, I think
sixth place.
You know, my memory might serve me right, and I'm glad that these lower placing hogs are getting a chance to go to the sale. But at the same time, I can't remember back when we were doing it. I say back when we were doing it. It wasn't that long ago. You know, I want to say that it was weird to hear them go to 4th or 5th place.
Yeah,
I've been hearing some 6th and 8th coming back for the sale, and I don't know, maybe if they'd had not as many people make it in the sale for the other species. But I don't know.
Which I know they always do a lot more slots for the crossbred, just because it's always the bigger breed. But I mean, still, I think Jake LeBlue just walked in and he had a 6th place.
Well, right,
cross.
and I heard, and like you said earlier, I heard an 8th earlier. You know, So who knows? Like I said, good. I'm glad that we can get more kids in the sale. That's always a positive. But I'm itching for that grand drive. I'm kind of ready for it to get along.
I think that's what everybody's kind of itching for.
Haley Mayo.
I'll tell you, who knows? I might be here the next couple of years. I've been tossing the idea around about getting back into the breeding thing, and I'll tell you, there's a lot of hogs here that I've been happy to take home.
I know every time we come to these things, we start talking about the pig breeding deal again.
Right, but like I said, there's probably a good 10 hogs here that I have seen today, gilts that I've seen today that I would take home and be more than happy to have a part of a breeding program.
Absolutely.
So, we'll see.
Okay, they just made the announcement. Everybody, except for the breed champions of every breed, is excused. So that means we're about to get right on into the grand champion drive here.
Here comes that Duroc.
Here comes Kathleen Hamill's Duroc. We're going to switch back to the main camera here. That way you can see the kind of stuff that's walking in on us. As they're getting these breed champions ready, Hunter and I are trying to adjust the camera to where you can get the best angle of these hogs as they walk into the ring here and get kind of the judge as he takes looks at them. How they usually try to do this is the first breed to show, which was the Chesters out of this group, is the first breed to show is going to be the first one to enter the show here. As we switch camera angles here on the other side of our ring, you can tell that we got the hogs all lining up.
All righty, we're going to get rolling here with the
get right on into the grand drive.
And I'll tell you, I'm hoping the cross pulls it. I'd like to see that Duroc in second. That's just me, though. Just my personal opinion.
Walking out of the ring right as we speak, we have Allison Scammahorn with that Class 1 winner Chester gilt. She's out of Kingfisher, Oklahoma. Really nice looking Chester white gilt there. And just some breed facts about that Chester gilt. Chester whites always make a pretty good mothers as they go along. Next, we have the Hampshire gilt coming in. That was shown by Jackson Bailey. And a Hereford, also shown by Jackson Bailey, but it's going to be shown by Bella Butler. We then have our Poland coming into the ring, which was by Mr. Devin Diedrich. The next one we have coming in should be Miss Tyndall Fields with her spot champion coming right on into the ring. And as you'll see, this spot as it walks into the ring, it is a powerhouse of a spot.
And we talked about that cross in the Bear Show, man. Those two kind of similarly stand out, man. They're powerhouse animals that come out.
Jake Wilkerson coming in with that York that he had there towards the very beginning.
Man, I like that York a lot too. That's a tough call.
Then we have got Grayson Stewart here out of Cashin coming in with his Burke. And here comes that Duroc Hunter I've been waiting to see walk through the ring here.
Man, its shoulders are up so tall and everything. That hog is a solid looking hog.
And then Ryan Ball comes back in with that cross owner that we just saw exit the ring right there. While the judge is kind of making his decisions, we'll switch back and forth so you can get kind of the side angle, which is the profile that Hunter and I have been seeing all day walking through here, as well as the upper view. That way you can see the whole ring as the judge kind of walks around and makes his picks and looks around at him. Really solid group of pigs here. I don't think you couldn't go wrong with hardly any of them. I really like that cross, obviously, that he picked. I'm a big fan of that York that Jake drives, as well as that Duroc. Those kind of all stand out to me. Again, following the grand drive and the reserve grand drive, we're going to do showmanship, and I think the judge is about to get on the microphone here.
Well, as we work through the end here, I know those sale orders get to be a little bit cumbersome, and sometimes tempers run a little short, but it's a part of it, and it's a process, and the best way to reward the kids that do the hardest work and put the time in. So, we all understand the game. It's just a little frustrating at times to have to go through it. But again, I think those things are all character builders, and as we get them back out here, again, great set of kids driving them, and really, really good set of gilts from our purebreds down to our commercial gilts. So if you would, congratulate the kids here with a nice round of applause. I think there's 2 or 3, again, that maybe set themselves apart as being elite in their respective breeds. And, I think moving forward, again, Enid or OIE or wherever we probably end point, I think we've got some that are going to be very, very competitive and certainly make Kingfisher County proud. But these young people, there's still one for me that kind of puts the pieces together and again, just fills the box with extras. I love this one at the ground in terms of structure, just foot size and the way she uses her skeleton with that kind of density and stoutness. That painting one's my favorite again. Congratulations.
It's going to be Ryan Ball with your grand gilt over here at Kingfisher County.
Ryan Ball again with that cross coming back at you. A really hard act to follow up. They're going to bring in that Black Hog that got second place in the crossbreed, and we're going to see how the judge compares it again.
It is the crossbred by Ryan Ball. You get our reserve champion in here, Brayden Burns.
I said I really like that black cross, that solid black cross that Brayden Burns is driving. And I do, don't get me wrong, I love that hog. But, I'd kind of like to see him mix it up a little bit here, I guess. Now we picked the cross for the first place.
I'd agree with you.
I'd like to see him mix it up, throw another breed in there, I wouldn't mind seeing that Duroc go. I wouldn't mind seeing a Burt go. I wouldn't mind seeing that York go. I think it could go either way, in my personal opinion.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. I would like to see maybe a little diversity as far as the breeds go, because he went with, on the Bear Show, he went with 2 crosses for breed and reserve breed, which is not uncommon, as we said, after that happened. But there's just a lot of good hogs out here, and I'd almost kind of hate to see him swing one way as far as the breed goes. But if he does, you aren't going to be able to argue with him just because it's going to be one of the better pigs out there.
Yeah, that cross is solid. I hate to say it, but it is, and it might very well win it.
Everybody tightens up, and again, I think there's 2 or 3 that I consider at least this Duroc. I think is right up there with the best of them, just in terms of her build and balance and body. And then she comes with some extras in terms of her applique shape and just her shape out of her hip, right at the ground. Maybe you change her and they go off both ends. But again, that's being critical, and there's not a perfect one out there. That folded gilt, I think, in her breed is really, really competitive, and just kind of got some bear proportions, and yet got the look of a breeding female as well. She's got a great forearm and blade laid in her, and a great center turn to her rib for this particular breed. Change her hock and hind leg a little as well, right down into her rear foot, as you could most in that breed. And Chester, I think, has got to get up there in the mix as well. I think she's just built right, and sound and flexible and comfortable. Front feet, I kicked just a little bit there, but that's still a good one in that breed as well. And then we come back to this reserve champion commercial. As I said before, she's got some extras in terms of feature, just like a stone, even almost a little bit mature to me at times, but she's kind of got a little raw look to me, and that makes sense because she's just not quite as fluffy in the center body, but that one's skeleton and the way she's put together and balanced on the side in terms of her shoulder and blade set, and again, just her features. She's plenty grumpy, hard to show, but I still think she's second pass. Congratulations.
Well, I'm going to go ahead and make the assumption that the judge is a cross guy.
Yeah, absolutely.
I hate to say that. He's done a great job. I just kind of disappointed to see that, it was crosses all day. Like I said, I can't argue it. They were great hogs, and it comes down to a matter of opinion. But I I would have loved to see the Duroc. And I would have loved to.
That's what I was about to touch on.
See the York too, or the Burke here that Grayson's showing.
I really would have loved to see that Duroc come in, because you really don't ever hardly see a Duroc get breed champion or reserve breeds. I would really like for him to kind of change that up, and pick one of these minor breeds, because like he touched on, there was some really good champions for their breeds in there. And I just think out of all of them, that Duroc probably should have been in pretty high consideration, if not have been up there.
You know, he hit on it, and you know, but here I'm not going to complain about it, because that. Like I said, when that Black Hog came out, it kind of took my breath away. But in my opinion, when he knocked it down to second, I think that should have taken it out, in my opinion. I may be kind of out of hand saying that, but you know, I'm kind of how I feel. I'm gonna, like I said, I'm going to stick to it. I think the Duroc should have won, in my opinion.
Yeah.
That's the way it goes. I'm not the judge. Nor does my opinion mean as much as the judge, or am I, you know, he could probably pick my brain apart when it comes
probably.
When it comes to this kind of stuff.
They're going to go ahead and try and swing on into you're going to go ahead and get settled on into pardon me. Get settled on into junior showmanship here, which is going to be your 4-H kids. How this is going to work is he'll pick a junior showmanship champion, and then it'll go on to intermediates, and then after an intermediate champion is picked, he'll pick a senior champion, and then they'll all come back in together, the three of them, and he'll pick just an overall showmanship, and that'll probably conclude us for the day as far as our pig shows go. But the showmanship, like Hunter and I've hit on every show, which has only been the one before this, on how fun it is just to watch. It's really about the kids in that one and the work that they put in. So we're going to take a short commercial break while they get ready for this showmanship deal here.
Stream like the pros with Squirtle Live. Find out more at squirtle.com/stream.
Dr. Matt Dieselhorst at Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics can help you get game day ready. Dr. Dieselhorst works with athletes of all ages, taking a coordinated approach to accelerate return to play and maximize athletic performance. His work with pros in sports training, injury prevention, bracing, functional rehabilitation, and imaging works seamlessly with his medical and surgical expertise. Get started by going to Dieselhorst Sports and Orthopedics. Let Dr. Matt Dieselhorst get you back on the field, backing all Oklahoma athletes on the field and off.
Christy Perry is a cash-in-based attorney providing clients in Oklahoma with trusted, experienced legal counsel regarding wills and trusts, bankruptcy, and other areas of law. Flexible scheduling is available to discuss your options, and your first consultation is free. If you need assistance regarding a legal matter, call your local Oklahoma licensed attorney, Christy Perry, at 918-373-0882.
At Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, we've helped a lot of people, and our goal was to treat each and every person like a friend. And as a friend, we've got your back, always. We understand what you're going through. Being lawyers is what we do, but it's not all that we are. We care. We'll stand beside you throughout the entire legal process, not just as lawyers, but as your friends. We are Maples Nixon Diesel Horse, and we are here to help.
Cash-In Shape Up Fitness is locally owned and operated with no contracts or sign-up fees. Our rates start at only $30 per month, and we have tanning available. Everything you need to work on your health and fitness. So contact Amber Lee to sign up today, 405-538-8248. And don't forget to check us out on Facebook, Cash-In Shape Up Fitness. Have a pest problem? Call Rural Pests.
Now we're going to be back here with our junior showmanship, which is going to be your 4-H kids coming into the ring. This is always a really fun part of the show because it shows, as Hunter and I've said, we're beating the horse to death on here. It's really about the kids in this one and about their talent and the amount of work that they're willing to put in. You're going to see a lot of talented kids out here that are really advanced, as I'd say, for their showing experience that they have. These 4-H kids have only been showing for, I think you can get into 4-H when you're 9, and it ends when you are a freshman. So I mean that's not a whole lot of time in there. One of the ones that stood out to me back at the Achievement Day show was Jackson Bailey. He's one of those ones that, for as young as he is, I think he's only been in 4-H maybe 2 years, if that, and he just stands out as one of the best showmen out there. That's just off the top of my head coming. As I watch some of these kids go around here, that young lady with the belted hog going right at the judge right now has doing a really excellent job, as well as the young lady driving the Duroc there. Maggie Carroll, who's from Cashin with that blue butt pig, kind of closest to us on the camera side, is doing a fantastic job driving that pig.
Sorry about that. I was talking to a buddy of mine back behind us. But anyway, here we go with the showmanship. Like I said, this is my favorite part, and if I'm going to really get specific, this junior showmanship is really my favorite part because it's a good look at the future of the future of showmanship. These guys are going to be doing it for the next probably 6-8 years, or longer. It's cool to see somebody come out here and really know what they're doing, and it makes you really think, man, they're going to be great when they get to be a junior or senior in high school.
Kind of hard for us to pick up the audio on what the judge is saying, but he's going up to each one of the contestants and either giving them tips and pointers as far as what they can do. I know he just from I could read his lips there, he told the young lady as she's patting her pig along there, trying to get him to go, not to use the brush, but to use the back of her hand there, which is just some little things like that. And I know he's going to the young lady who's been stuck in the corner with that Duroc for a while on ways to get him out of that corner. So it's really kind of cool to see when the judge not only gives credit to the kids that are doing a really good job, but also gives tips and pointers to the kids that may not know as much as some of the other ones that may need it.
Right, and I think when you're talking about junior showmanship, it's really just a big learning experience for everybody involved. Excuse me. But it's great, especially if you can see somebody, come out one show, get critiqued on it, come back the next show and be totally, capitalizing on that whatever they got critiqued on. So like I said, these are the future showers, man. So hopefully they're listening and taking it all in, learning as much as they can, because I promise whenever you get to the senior deal, the senior showman, it's a little different game. You're not getting critiqued as much, and it's just kind of here's your winner, here's your loser.
One of the things you can't see on camera on the screen, right to the right of where Hunter and I are announcing from, they have the holding pins, and he's already pinned 2 individuals out of that first heat, if you will, of junior showmanship, and I imagine he'll probably pin 2 out of this one as well.
Yeah, and also if you notice, the only kind of ring help that we've got now is the gentleman running the gate, the in gate and the out gate. But that kind of goes to show, make sure these kids are able enough to drive their hogs, open their own gates, get in their holding pen, turn their hog around, brush them down, and come out and show their hog the best. Excuse me, but and I like that a lot. and Sorry, they're making an announcement. But it makes them, makes you kind of realize that you got to be kind of in control of what's going on with your pig, and if you can't let your pig stand for 3 seconds while you open a gate, then guess what? It's going to show up. So also a big thing I pay attention to in showmanship is just the respect. respect aspect of it for the judge. Eye contact, shaking the hand.
Absolutely.
Not running a hog through him. A lot of people think, oh, I got to get in there, and if I run right over his feet, he's going to see me. That's wrong. You see that young man there in the plaid. He was kind of hidden in a group there, but he's about the right distance you want to be from a judge because and the young man in the white.
Not to interrupt you, Hunter, real quick. One of the things that you'll notice on the TV, the judge pointing at people and telling them. This happened to me one time in the showmanship deal. I was looking down at my pig, and the judge pointed me to go pin myself, and I was looking down at my pig and didn't see him. He they don't come up to you and tell you, hey, I pointed at you to get pinned. That's on you.
Right, and like you just said, and like I was talking about, there's no ring help telling you, hey, he pinned you, go ahead and go get in the pin.
I was worried about Jackson Bailey right there. He pointed at Jackson twice, and and Jackson finally saw him that third time, so Jackson got to get pinned. But like you said, if you keep showing and the judge points at you to go pin yourself, and it's something that you miss just from looking down at your pig or doing something else, that's on you. He's not going to come up and say, hey, I pinned you right there.
Right, and that is something, in the junior showmanship, it's more of a learning experience. They probably aren't going to hold it against them if they don't see it. They'll probably go ahead and let them pin. Maybe. I may be wrong. But definitely on the senior showmanship, if you don't catch it, you're probably going to be out,
I'm not sure if on the senior showmanship he would have given 2 or 3 different points at Jackson to be able to get in the ring right there.
You're probably getting 1 point. If you don't catch it, you don't catch it. That's why it's so important to know where the judge is, what he's doing, and keep an eye on that judge. The best thing to do is watch that judge and try to guess his next move. Don't be trying to do to what he's doing now. Try to think of where he's going to go next.
The big thing on the camera there, you just saw that girl's pig walk a little bit in front of her, and that wasn't because she wasn't paying attention. It's because another thing that they don't tell you to do, but it's important that you do it, is after you let your pig out of that holding pen, it's on you to lock that pen back up. You're not supposed to leave the doors open to those pens once you let out. So once they let those pigs out, you need to turn around and lock that gate, and that'll score you some points in there as well.
Right, and I've seen it. I've seen that knock someone out of the game. So.
As the pack's kind of narrowed here, you see. I wish that could have been on camera, but the judge goes one by one. As I was saying, sorry, I was watching what was happening. The judge goes one by one, letting these pins out of this holding pin, and Jackson from Cashin thought he pointed to him and started to let his pig out, when in reality he was pointing at the one next to him. So Jackson had to quickly lock his pin back up and stay right there. It just shows you kind of the amount of detail that these judges are looking for as far as what they're going to see.
Right, talking about detail, this young man in the 4-H collar, the long sleeve here, not the one coming out of the gate, that's Jackson. The one right there by the judge. He came out of the ring, he had a little issue with his gate getting closed. He stuck there with it, and by the time he got done, his hog had walked the other side of the ring. A lot of people, oh crap, I need to hurry up and run over there to that hog. No, he calmly walked over there and did it right. A lot of kids would have hustled over there, jogged over there.
Absolutely.
That's not very professional in the show setting. So good for him for not losing his cool and running and panicking that his pig was across the ring.
Judge really taking his time here on this last heat. After they pick the junior winner here, they're going to bring the intermediates in, which you're going to have some 4-H kids as well as some freshman FFA kids in there for that one. He'll do that. Should be only a one heat class, maybe 2, if that. Just to switch angles real quick on here, kind of to see the side views of what a lot of these kids are doing with their hands, their brush, and keeping all the pigs in line right there.
Another thing that I look at in showmanship is someone's ability to stand out. And when I say stand out, I mean, the ring's in a circle, so everyone's kind of going back and forth. Let me let the judge talk real quick, and I'll come back.
The kids go by and they were doing a good job. Just kind of told them, ultimately in this setting, we got a pretty small ring to work with here, and you put several in here. You've got to be able to use the whole ring and not necessarily find your open spots as much as just the ability to use long lines and not get caught up, just circle, because you'll work yourself out of a placing or two there and doing that. And I think these kids that we've got remaining out here just were the most consistent in their drives, and probably did that a little better in terms of consistency of pace and consistency of using the ring. You know, you can use a lot of different factors to sort down your winner. I guess the one for me that I just kind of continue to see set himself apart, young man there with that smaller back the ball's going to be the champion.
Big congratulations to that young man there.
And
junior showman is Hunter Beard from Kingfisher. We're now ready to start on your 7 through 9.
That was Hunter Beeran from Kingfisher, for those that couldn't hear the announcer. That's the junior showmanship. They're about to bring in the 7th through 9th grade intermediate showman right now for us in the third heat.
And anyway, as I was saying, and the judge, he just hit on it, nailed it. You know, when he was talking about the exhibitors, you know, that rings in a circle, so it's kind of very easy to get into the pattern of, hey, I'm just going to do circles around the judge, and that's not exactly the case, you know. It's in my opinion, it's who can make the long passes from across the ring and back and forth in front of him, not just doing a circle. Also, another thing is going against the tide. You know, if you got 5 hogs going one way and there's 1 hog going the other one way, the hogs going the opposite direction of the pack is going to definitely stand out more than those other ones. And for an exhibitor to be able to recognize that and be the one that stands out, I think that's huge.
It looks like they're going to bust up this intermediate group into 2 heats as they bring 1 more in. As he kind of narrows it down here, we've got 2 cashing people out there right now with Kathleen Hamill. Kathleen Hamill and Kendra Bryant out there, both doing their best out here, as well as the other individuals that are out there trying to get the judges' attention. They're going to bust up this into halves, and I'm not quite sure how many senior showmanships are going to be, but I have a feeling it's going to be a pretty large amount, as those seniors, you know, they don't have very many years left. Senior group, I should say, they don't have very many years left to, you know, kind of make their mark on the ring right there. So it's it's usually going to be the bigger group here.
You know, and here as we go again, we got 1, 2, 3, 4 hogs that are going the exact same direction. And I may have been not paying attention earlier. The judge might be directing him on which direction to go, but I
think he just did. I think I just saw him give a direction he wanted the flow of traffic to go.
Right, but I'll tell you, I'm going to tell you right now, if it were me in the ring, I don't care. He may have said to go one way, but I'm going to try to stick out. You know, it may cost you the showmanship deal, but I'm going to try my hardest to stand out.
And like we said, no one judge is going to judge this thing the same.
No.
There's going to be one judge that, you know, maybe puts emphasis on eye contact, where we'll have another one that puts emphasis on following directions as far as in the ring goes. So, I mean, whatever one judge holds at a higher standard may be completely and totally different from another judge. So it's always kind of interesting to see who he picks out here and who he thinks does the best job as far as the directions and the things that he really wants to stand out.
Well, just off of what we're going off of today, I'm going to put my money on the cross. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kind of making fun of the judge a little bit. I'm just kidding. He's done a fantastic job, and I'll tell you, I'm so thankful he was here today, because he's very knowledgeable and knows exactly what he's talking about. And I'm probably wrong for giving him a hard time like that. And I'll tell you, I'll probably go up to him after this and tell him he's done a great job. And we're very lucky to be able to have him here today.
Absolutely, and you can just see on your camera there, he pulled all the showmen off their animals, kind of let their animals walk to the ringside there as he's going in. And I wish we could pick up the audio for what he's saying there, but he's a little out of range on us. But I think he's probably doing a mixture of complimenting as well as giving some teaching moments as far as that group goes on what they can improve on and what they can do better. I'll be curious to see who he picks out of this heat. We'll get back to our wider angle there.
Uh-oh. See, and I think he's letting everybody out. I think we might be doing a lap around the barn here, like I said earlier. And I love this, man, because there's a lot of distractions for a hog to get loose.
A lot of distractions.
We're going to see who can drive that hog. This is probably one of my favorite little challenges they have to do here.
I don't know. Did he keep anybody
Oh,
out
no,
of that?
he's just having them. I believe he's maybe even going to have them show.
I'm not real sure what happened right there. I don't know if he just
he
dismissed
just released
everyone.
everybody. I believe that he. I'll tell you what, they might have to drive that hog around the barn during the duration of this this second heat. I'm not totally sure, but and if that's the case, he'll probably.
Trying to see if I can see anybody behind us here that was in that first heat.
Well, I was kind of trying to figure out where that last group went there. They kind of threw me for a loop, I'll tell you. Uh-oh. I think they're, well, I'm not quite sure what just happened right there.
I'm not either. I'll be curious to see if we see those individuals again, or if he ended up just dismissing them. I'm really not sure. And like you said, he may have just told them, hey, walk this pig to the wash rack. Well, if you can't tell from the perplexion in Hunter and I's voices, we're really not sure how he's going about the showmanship thing. I noticed he's dismissed several people from the rings as well as that entire first heat, so I'm not quite sure.
Bella got put over there. She was from the first heat.
He may have just been picking one.
Okay.
Off to our camera to the right here, which you can't see immediately, Bella Chickering, or Bella Ball, sorry, was put in, so he may have just picked one showman out of that first one.
Yeah, and I'll tell you, that's a slip up on our part, I guess. We
nope, that's wrong. That's she was in the junior, wasn't she?
No, Bella, I believe, is in the intermediate. I think he pinned her from the first heat, so I guess we'll see who he's going to pin on the second heat. That was probably me getting excited about them taking a lap around the barn. I got excited there because it's really funny to watch because you got a little herd of hogs that go around the barn and they're into buckets and feed tags and whatever. And except for that one guy that's walked his hog every day religiously, and that hog's doing exactly what he says to do, and he's normally the first one back to the pen, too.
I know I had several hogs that had I had to do a lap around the ring, they'd have gotten into every feed bucket, every feed sack, every watering pan, in the entire barn. They'd never made it back in here.
Oh, I hear you, man. I had some that had a little bit of an eating disorder, you could say, and I don't know if they'd make it a lap around the barn half the time.
Yeah, honestly.
But no, I like to have my hogs be able to walk. Because another thing that people don't think about too is the more tired a hog gets, the harder it's going to be to drive and make it act right. And then come OYE, you're liable to have to walk a quarter to a half mile from your pen. I'll say a quarter mile. My distances might be a little.
Yeah,
off,
I mean the distance that you have to
quarter,
walk is no joke there.
A half of a mile to the ring, and then you'll have to probably go into the ring. And if you're lucky enough to go to straight to the big ring, you get a little breakup at the big ring. But if you got to go to that sift pen, there's probably as many hogs in that sift pen as there are at this whole barn right now.
Oh, it's nothing at all for you to be in
insane.
one ring with 50 other pigs.
Anyway, so then you got to sit there and show around that little sift ring after your hog's already walked far as it wants to. And then if you get picked out of that sift ring, then you get to go back up into the big ring. And by then, if your hog's not in shape, it's probably having a stroke or or it's totally fine. You've walked like it's supposed to, and you're going to be able to show it fine.
That's one factor that comes into play at every one of these shows. At our local show, Achievement Day, you have to walk your pig about 20 yards to the ring, if that. And then here you get to the county one, you got to walk them a little bit further. By the time you get to Enid, I mean, you're having to walk your pig probably 100 yards or or more, if a little bit than that, to get to the show ring. And by the time, of course, like you touched on there, to get to the main ring at OYE, it's like you said, probably a quarter of a mile in distance, depending on where you're stationed at in the barns.
Well, I'll tell you, it's far enough that they've started welding up carts, load their hogs in, and just push them down there because everyone's hogs are getting wore out walking all the way down from, and I don't know if anybody has been down to the fairgrounds and those barns, but it's over there. I believe they show out of barn. Oh, I might be wrong, but it might be barn 8. And
that does sound right.
You might be pinned, like I said, a quarter mile. So it's kind of.
I think we've got our final 2 here for the intermediate showman. I think the judge is about to make some remarks here as he gets close to the end of picking his junior showmanship or intermediate.
And as I was talking about hair and skin earlier, here we are, the top 2 intermediate showmen, and guess what? Hair looks great. Skin looks great. Not dirty. We're not stained. We're not. These hogs look great. So both of these kids deserve to be here, and both of them are doing a great job driving these hogs. Both their hogs are acting pretty good for them, so that's pretty good. I don't know if we got that on camera or not, or if it was zoomed in or not. Too much, but
intermediate group here, another really tough group, and as we work through them, these 2 sorted themselves off. The young lady closest to me, I felt like was in a really competitive group, and yet she set herself apart. And sometimes it's maybe a little bit of a mind game, just like going through a sift. You need to kind of pick who you follow in the sift ring sometimes. Judge kind of gets in a role, and if you're not extra special there, maybe you just need to get behind one that you can beat and follow them in there and increase your chances. And not to say that we're judging each other's showmanship out here, but I think you need to know what your competition's doing and then do something out there just a little bit further to set yourself apart. These 2 are very consistent. I like both of them style. One probably spends a little more time crossing over in front, and I know that's that's something some judges used to never like, and now seems like everybody likes it. I guess I'm just old school enough. It doesn't really matter to me. I just like consistency, and I think they're most consistent in terms of drive and pace, and just comfortable and yet in your face enough to get it noticed as the young man or young lady. So, and the green she's going to be the champion overall.
Bella Balt out of Cashion is going to win the intermediate showman. Very competitive group right there.
And that doesn't surprise me. We've watched Bella show for the last probably 2 or 3, maybe 4 might be pushing it, but definitely the last 2 or 3 years. We've been watching Bella show, and she's a heck of a showman, and comes out every time ready to compete, and normally does pretty good.
Absolutely. And I know you and I have been out to their barn out there where she keeps her pigs out there at her grandpa's house, and anytime we've ever been out there, they're constantly doing something with their pigs. They're constantly either walking them, feeding them, brushing them, that kind of thing, and it shows right there.
Right, and a lot of people might say, oh, well, that person won, so-and-so won because so-and-so had, 15 hogs in a barn, and don't get me wrong, they've got a lot of hogs on feed, but I guarantee you every one of those hogs is getting worked just as equally as that grand cross was. So, kudos to them. They're great showmen. They do their homework. They know their hogs. I think she deserves it, Good for her.
A little quick change of plans there. They're going to go ahead and bring all of the senior showmen in for one heat here. I think they were supposed to break that up into 2, but
which I think that's great. These senior showmen, they go down to OYE. It's going to be packed in that.
Absolutely.
If you get put in the sift ring, which I hate to be negative, but odds are you're going to be in that sift ring. So I think getting everybody in here and packing this ring as tight as we can, that's a cool kind of simulation of that.
I think we got one more that's coming in the ring here for that last group.
That's going to be Riley Glazier. And I'll tell you right now, just off of watching her the last couple of years show, she's a solid showman. Glazier's definitely a name you hear a lot over the intercom at the shows. So definitely be keeping an eye on her during the showmanship. And Braden Burns is another one, great showman. Ryan Ball, great showman. Nathaniel Bronon, Jake, all of them. All these seniors have been doing this for so long that they're all very good at what they do.
Absolutely. And I think what the problem here is it's not going to be as much as who's the better showman. It's going to be what are you going to do to stand out against in the mirage of everybody kind of doing the same thing. What are you going to be able to do that's going to make the judge be like, oh, Jane Doe right here, John Doe right here is really going to stand out to me when everybody's kind of doing the same thing. Because if you look across the ring here on the camera, you see everybody's down in the kind of almost the crouch position leading their pigs, almost a hand either on the pig or beside them. Everybody's really kind of trying to do the same stuff, keeping eye contact with the judge. So it's what are you going to do in the face of this judge where he's going to be like, that person right there made kind of an impact on me as far as what they did different to stand out against people that are probably doing pretty similar things in the same ring.
So you look, I like to point out Ryan Ball right there. She was cutting across to the other, the opposite side, doing a great job going against the flow of traffic, and she stood out to me.
He's already pinned 2 individuals. That's Riley Glazier, and unfortunately I don't know the young lady from Okarche's name, but he pinned those 2 right out of the bait. He's going to go ahead and bring. That was Braden Burns that he just had asked to go get pinned over there. Ryan Ball from Cashin also just got pinned to the right of us here. Judging from what I can see here, there's 2 pins left, so I'm not sure if he's just going to do 6 and then, now there's 1 left. So I'm not sure if he's just going to do the top 6 and that's how he's going to do it, or if he's going to bring those pigs in and ask questions, or what he's going to do.
The girl that just came into this pin right next to me, we're talking about doing what you can to stand out. I don't know if he is going to pin another hog or not, but if he did, guess what? She's over here all by herself. She skipped that pin. She didn't fall in line. So if they do add another one, if they don't add another one, great for her.
Just a matter of personal preference and what you sort on out here, because I think they're all very, very capable of being champion showmen. Let's congratulate those in the ring. We have our many people left around and the crowd's kind of thinning out. If you would, let's thank Mr. McHugh here. He is one of the all-time greatest guys. Truly believes in the youth of Oklahoma and in this industry. And it's just an honor to have them come and work with you.
So again, as Hunter and I were talking about, he only pinned 5 individuals there that he was going to bring out for his final grouping here, and that was a young lady from Okarche whose name slips me, Riley Glazier, Braden Burns, Ryan Ball, and another young woman here who also I'm not real positive on the name of, and I'd hate to call her by the wrong name. So it's going to be interesting to see which individual he goes with. You were talking about kind of standing out a little bit, Hunter, the young woman who's in the pin right next to you. I just noticed that she already has her pin undone and ready to open for as soon as she gets out. That gate's already open and she can immediately close it again.
Right, and like I said earlier, I don't know if she meant to do it or if it was just kind of the way it happened. She went ahead and spaced herself off from the rest of the crowd. So, she's not just in line there. She's off doing her kind of own thing over here in her own pin.
Huge props to Braden Burns and Riley Glazier, as well as Ryan Ball walking around the pin here. I noticed the judge has been giving them a lot of looks the last little bit here. And just to be in the top 5 of all the senior showmen, just to be in the top 5 is really something pretty cool.
And I'll tell you one thing another thing that to point out too is and I haven't really noticed anybody doing it. I haven't really paid attention for it, but one thing that always has driven me insane when I watch people show, and this is just a personal deal of mine, is when a judge is looking at you and you're kind of starting to get to where you kind of need to start turning your pig. It's super important to me that rather than cutting that judge off with your body, go ahead and get in front of that pig and turn him around so that you're not blocking any kind of view of that judge. You want to stay behind that pig from that judge.
Absolutely.
You don't want to be blocking his view whatsoever. Now, if he's not looking and you want to, if you're paying good enough attention to realize, hey, he's not looking, I can go ahead and turn him around how I want to. Good for you. But I, as a good, practice, I'd say try not to turn your hog from behind. Try to get up front of it, turn its head. That way you don't have to risk blocking a judge or nothing like that.
Well, I do certainly enjoy the opportunity and really feel blessed to be able to work with these young people out here, be able to continue to do it, and at least I don't make everybody mad. Before I leave, I try to make a few of them. This is my life. This is what I do, and I feel like it's my calling to try to give back to these young people, to the program that just built me, made me who I am, and I'm very humbled to be out here with young people that are so much further ahead than I was at this stage of the game. And I guess, from that standpoint, it just does my heart good to see where this thing's gone, where it's going, and then I can just follow up on these kids and see where they end up, in their career path. And it's just awesome to be able to think that he was just that little part that may have sparked their interest to go ahead and do something, or at least maybe encourage them to go and achieve what they've got going. So my pleasure. I love doing these things. I love it to the bottom of my heart. I really hate talking about the kids. I just do. I told Jennifer Shock the first time she called me to judge the National Junior Swine Showmanship contest when it was over. I said, never ask me again. Just don't do it. And she got offended. And I understand, I guess, that she was offended that I was negative about it, but I just said it's too hard. It was too hard on me emotionally to be able to get out there and sort these kids and know the level of competition that they're at, and then be able to talk about it in a positive light and be able to separate it. You just got to be negative, I guess, and I don't like to do that because I don't think it's a part of this thing that I want to pass forward. When we get out here, and consistency always works for me. Something that kind of comes to mind. I got a grandson who graduated a few years ago, and he was in a showmanship contest and it went about 3 rounds. He happened to have a Chester Bear that year. He drove that Chester Bear, and at the end of the day, the judge told him, he said, "You would have won, but you brought a Chester to the showmanship." And that really offended him. I guess, that's always kind of stuck in my mind. You can win a showmanship like a Chester. One to the day, that young lady. We got one deal left of the Kingfisher County 2021.
We went ahead and went with Miss Scamerhorn there to be your showman there. She's going to remain in the ring as they bring the intermediate and intermediate junior and senior showman back in the ring. Miss Allison Scamerhorn was your winner for that intermediate or the senior group, and he's going to bring back the 3 winners you've already picked and kind of set them up against each other for the overall showman of the show.
I'll tell you what, I'd love to see that junior come back and win, but I'll tell you, that senior that just won it, she tore it up. I'll give that to her. I will say, I don't know. We'll look at it when it comes back in here. Looks like that hog got a little bit of a limp going.
A little bit of what?
A little bit of a limp there in his front shoulder, but I may be wrong.
Contestant, make sure you
Final three individuals coming back into the ring. The middle one coming out there is Bella Ball out of Cashin that was doing. I'm not sure of the young man's name, but the senior showmanship that just won, as they just said, was Miss Allison Scampahorn. So it's going to be between these three to pick the overall showman. And just because these hogs have been out here for a long time, I highly doubt that it takes this one nearly as long. But I could be completely wrong on that. But
well, I'll tell you right out of the gate, I don't know if you noticed it or not, Drew, but there's no gate man on this one, and there's nobody holding that gate closed. So, Allison did a pretty solid job. She held that hog back. She took her time, waited for everybody else to get out there ahead of her, probably 12, 15 foot, and then she went at it. And those two hogs came out together, and then she came out by herself, got her own solo look. So good for her.
Interesting that you point out no gate man on this, on the exit or entry gate. They left the entry gate wide open. That's one of those deals that if you're not in complete control of your pig, that's going to come back and hurt you. As you can see on the ring there, he's talking to Bella Ball, probably asking her questions and giving her some pointers and some tips, I'd imagine, as well. He's probably going to do that to all three before he announces his winner. Taking the young man aside here to give him some advice and probably asking some questions about his pig there.
Excuse me, I've had about enough of this dust I can take today.
Oh, I know. It's taking a toll on me, too.
But anyway, I will say, Bella, she's a solid showman. I'll give that to her. But like I said, we're here for a reason. All of them are good, That's another good thing. Kudos to the two girls showing. They didn't just quit and rest their hog. They kept on driving it, and he was watching. He was looking over that young man's shoulder, seeing who was still showing.
And bless Allison Scampahorn's heart, she's shown with a Chester White, which by temperament they're more stubborn and stressful pigs to have to deal with, especially as long as she's been out in the ring there for that senior heat.
I almost wonder if it would have helped her any if she would have closed that open gate behind her. No one ever said she couldn't.
Nope.
So maybe that would have helped her a little bit too. But
these pigs, as many times as they've been in and out of this ring, they know where they come in, they know where they go out. So naturally, as tired as especially these pigs are going to be, they're going to try their best to get out. And I think we're about to get something from the judge here.
I'll tell you, she fought that Chester the whole time, and I hope she pulls it off. Good job. Good job, Liz.
Told the young lady there in the center, that pig's probably got as good a skin and hair as anything I've seen. And I asked her if she got him out when it was cold. She said, yes, sir, I walked him in the snow. That's pretty impressive. Even though, they've not been in school, it was pretty brutal last week. If you got one out and worked with him, I think that just shows your dedication. The young man, we talked about his game plan, how he was going to beat these older ones, and we come up with 3 things we got to do. I think he does it great. Proud for him, and he's going to beat him in the end a bunch of times just simply because he's so consistent. And talk to the young lady with the Chester there. She she drew one that is not the easiest to show, but I think that just kind of proves that she's got the grit and determination to do it. And part of showmanship is just how you handle the adversity. And a pig fight in the gate, or maybe not keeping the pace that you want out here is part of it. And I guess the thing that impresses me the most is how she can take that situation and turn it back in to her advantage, and then get you gathered back up, or her gathered back up, and be able to drive her. Obviously, she's wore out and wanting to quit. But I think it's pretty impressive to keep an even feel and even attitude. We've all seen kids that can handle that kind of thing, and then we see some that don't. If I was me, I'd just shut that gate.
Just shut it.
Just saying. But, they all do a great job. I appreciate their efforts. I think, you can make a case for each and every one of them. You work this hard, this long, and fight it that much, you deserve to win.
Well, the judge just backed me up a little bit there. She said it was him to shut the gate, but she never closed the gate, and it never even got out of the ring. So that just goes to show, good for her.
A big congratulations to Allison Scammahorn, going to win the overall showmanship contest. Again, huge thank you to our judge, Mr. Galen McCoon out of Moreland, Oklahoma, for coming down and judging this thing for us. It's been a long day for him, I'm sure, as it was for everybody else. We also want to give a huge thanks to Chris Cochran and Chris Gibson from Legacy Insurance and Financial Services out of Cashin, Oklahoma, for fronting up the bill and paying to have all the streaming services here like Squirtle, so that everybody at home could be able to watch us, and so that Hunter and I could come up here and work it. And I think that's just going to about do it for us. Don't you think, Hunter?
Right. I was going to say, man, like I said, if it was me, like I mentioned before we even started talking, so you can't say that I'm copying the judge. If it were me, I would have probably went ahead and closed that gate when I came in. She didn't, and guess what? She fought that hog the whole time, and it never got out of that gate still. So good for her. She did a great job. I'm sure she deserved every bit of that. So
yep, for sure. I think that's going to wrap it up for us here, right?
Again, say thanks to everybody for tuning in and watching, and I hope you enjoyed it. Maybe we can see you again sometime down the line.
Hopefully so. I'm Drew Baker. This is Hunter Collins. We really enjoyed doing it, and hopefully we get to do it again.